stream is live. Hello guys, my name's Clement Joe. Welcome back to a new Minecraft YouTube live stream. I'm just going to copy this stream, shove it into my Discord server, into the general chat, and there we go. We're going to start streaming. So, I'm on Legacy. I'm on Survive Legacy right now. This isn't going to be a live Survive Legacy stream. I'm just on here. Hello, just some random person. But right now it says just some random Owerson. I'm gonna build a number of these, but I need the space, so how far are we from home? How far are we away from home? How far are we away from home? Not that far, I would imagine. So, basically what we're doing... Hello to the people who just joined. I built a campsite for a YouTube video last night, but we're going to build another tent with it. And I just got to hop away. I'm going to hop this way. Because hi Joe, wow, I'm early. Yeah, welcome. Good morning from Texas. I'm gonna say good afternoon from the UK because it's 48 minutes past 12 for me. So I'm gonna say good afternoon. Yeah, welcome to the stream. How are you? So, luckily for us, we're not that far away. We're only over here, so there we go. I need to pick a director to do a film. Maybe you go for someone simple like James Cameron or something like that. James Cameron or Christopher, somebody like James Cameron, for example. Because James Cameron isn't just a filmmaker. How are you doing today? I'm doing really well. The Jokes SD, welcome to the stream. Maybe you do someone like James Cameron's Skatepunk, someone that didn't just make film. Someone that didn't just make film, absolutely changed it. Oh, one of the rules. No duplicates. Oh, Jesus, who's taken? Sam Raimi, yeah, especially with his Dutch angle. The Sam Raimi Dutch angle. Yeah, Sam Raimi's an interesting one. I can't pass much judgment on him because I've only really watched one of his Spider-Man films. Yeah, Zack Snyder's an interesting one as well. Zack Snyder, all his films are very much comic book because he doesn't just film his film, he even does all the storyboards himself. He draws all his storyboards for his film. He draws himself, and which is why every film of his has such an interesting visual style. Because he's practiced everything that's in that scene, he's drawn himself, which you've got to absolutely respect that because not many film directors would take the time to go and do that. It's the same with Christopher Nolan. Yeah, he directed 300. He directed Batman vs Superman, Man of Steel. He also directed Dawn of the Dead as well. I just had a few embarrassment when I told a person who knows one of my family members my birthday wrong, but didn't correct it because I left after. So yeah, that was embarrassing. Could be worse. Could be worse. Do you know what? That's the one thing I can't do though. It's like I'm locked in that regard. I know that means that's got a different meaning if you're older. It means that you're completely, it's just like in your brain. Locked in would mean if it's like, you know, ingrained in your brain. I physically cannot forget people's birthdays because I always somehow remember them. I don't know. It's incredible. I remember Skate Punk saying on the stream June 13th. I think I got that right. Like I said, I just physically, if someone says what their birthday is, I just can't remember. I can just remember them. It's so weird. So, using a bit of this dirt that I've just gathered here, I'm gonna extend this way a bit. We haven't picked up a lot, so we can't go overboard with it. But we can do a little bit. There we go. So part of me, because we've got the space, part of me wants to make another tent. So part of me, part of me. So we're going for the simplest of designs. So now we need to go up one. We need to go along. We just put one here, one there. So now we need to go. Hello Isaac, welcome to the stream. And yeah, I'm still not reading your name out. You didn't see my full name. Yeah, but there is no way in like hell that would actually. There's no way in hell, you know, that would actually be your name. It's like someone being called Big Dick Balls. But there's no actual way that that's your name. Honestly, I would laugh. I would laugh if somebody was actually called Big Dick Balls. Just imagine if that actually was your name. What's your name? My name's Big Dick Balls. Yeah, imagine if that actually was someone's name. But then there's no way that can actually be, you know, someone's name. Hold on a minute. Oh, we've gone one too high, guys, on this side. So now we can do the next part of the agenda. Put one of these there. Now we can put one here. We can put one there. How much red wool we got? 35. 35 should be enough to finish this. So why do people keep thinking you're Catman Joe because you said you're not? It's because he is another Minecraft Legacy YouTuber. He's got like 70,000 subs, but he's, well, I say legacy YouTuber. I think he still does a bit of legacy, but he doesn't do legacy all the time. So yeah, people will mistake me for him, but the sort of funny thing about that is, yeah, I have said that I'm not him. I've said that I'm not him, but yes, people still, at the moment, people still think that I'm him, which, sorry to tell you guys, I'm not. Guys, what do you think of the tents? Yeah, sorry to tell you guys, but I'm not. Where's that crafting table? Did I put it in this tent? Yeah, I put the crafting table in this tent. Just gonna go and put it. Well, I am subscribed to him, but yeah, I don't know. Tent looks great, thank you. So, there we go. The idea is, I'm building a little. I was building a little campsite, so I built one of them for a YouTube video last night, but I've just decided to go and add another next door. So, and I think in the future I want to add another there, but at the moment I don't have the red wall. I want to add one more there, but I physically do not have the room. No, I have the room, I don't have the wool to go and do that. So, let's head home. Looks nicer, doesn't it? I sort of know exactly where we are. So, we're going to go this way. There's a bloody creeper behind us. I didn't see that. So, I sort of know where we are. As in, if we keep going this way, we will walk into the farmland. Oh no, I know where we are. There we go. So, I know exactly where we are. So, I'll be back in a second. So, we're right next to the Hanging Gardens of Survival Legacy. I'm just going to leave this here. I'll be back in a minute. Thank you, Skatepunk. That's that means a lot to me. Thank you. I love your streams and videos. Thank you. Sorry, I had to nip AFK a minute. You can't hear the rain, can you guys? Basically, where I am in the UK, where I'm from in the UK, it's been dry for months. During the summer, it was really warm and really dry, and for the last 12 hours, for the last 13, 14 hours, it has not stopped raining. It's not stopped raining for the last 13, 14 hours. For the last 2 days. It has not stopped raining. Which is not the best thing in the world. It's not the best. Rain's fine, but it's not the best thing in the world right now. But the reason it's not the best thing in the world right now, guys, is if it rains after it's been really dry. If you've had really dry weather and it suddenly rains, the ground is that dry it can't soak up the water, and if the ground can't soak up the water, that's when you have flooding. Which is kind of nerve-wracking. There might be flooding, but for me, I don't really care if it floods because I'm on the top of a hill. I'm on the top of a hill. It will not. If it floods for me, millions of people have already drowned. I shouldn't have made that joke. But technically, it's true. Technically, it's true though. If I start to flood, if where I'm from starts to flood, then millions of people have probably already drowned. Hmm. 40 of you have watched this stream in the last 19 minutes. That's fantastic, guys. Thank you. We're aiming to hit 4,000 views for we're aiming to hit 1,000 views today. We've already got 1,000 views today off this short, so we're aiming to have 4,000 views in 3 days, which that would be amazing. So I was coming back because I want to drop this sand off into the sand chest. The sand chest, luckily, is over here. And we've got another 48 sand there. So, what's in here? There we go. So, heading this way, I can put this lapis here. I've picked up a little bit of rotten flesh, not sure where from though, so, but rotten flesh, useful material, so, and it's only a useful material because I've said it's a useful material. Hello Athletic Dubai, welcome to this stream. Oh, sorry, I got a sore leg. Coloured wool, we got some red. We've now got enough, guys, to go back and make that next tent. So I'm gonna go back. I've now got enough wool that I can go and make that tent, so I'm gonna go do that. You're with your friend Jasper. Cool. I'm gonna go this way. There we go. What we're gonna do now is go this way. I want to go this way. I want to go this way. Because what we're doing, let's just hop into here a minute and sleep. Because I need to get back to this campsite. Oh god, ow, sore, itchy arm. Quite an itchy arm, right. What am I looking for? Anything? Not really anything that I'm looking for as of right now. So now we're gonna hop this way. We're gonna take the set. We're not gonna take that exit. We're gonna take this path. Hello, Jasper. Welcome to this. Jasper. Welcome to the stream. I couldn't tell if is this your friend, Affleck, Dubai. Or have we got somebody join at exactly the same time with a similar sounding name? Yeah. Welcome to the stream. Sorry guys, I got a really itchy arm. Ow. Right, so we're gonna go straight through here and we're gonna head towards the Hanging Gardens of Survival Legacy. Because the campsite is this way. So I love your stream. Thank you. It's really kind of you. I can't hear from my left ear for some reason. That's strange. Let's just make that hill look a little bit smoother, eh? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's go this way then. So going to hop this way, up here, round the corner here. Want to continue this way as far as possible. When we see this little house here, we know we're at the right tracks when we see that little house. So I would like to go lift, see. It's Raf's. What I think. Oh, is this Minecraft Legacy Edition? It is. It is Minecraft Legacy Edition, yeah. Yeah, we are playing Minecraft Legacy Edition. Welcome to the stream, Flames Review. Hello, Rathson9. Welcome to the stream. Right, we need to go up this mountain, but there's no way we're getting up this side. So, we're going to have to go around the mountain. When you said Rafsanjani, wasn't he the president of Iran from like in the 90s? Convinced he. I know I've heard the name. Right, let's pop this way. Straight up these. So I need to get. There's a campsite that we've built. Oh my god, I know where we are. Oh my god, we went that way to come back out this way. Because that mountain, we've got to get around it. We literally went that way. We come back around because that mountain's huge. Pink house. Yeah, we built a pink house because, you know, why not? A lot of the stuff we build here. Shit, the bed. Where the hell have I just fallen into? How did I get into here? I didn't fall that far down, did I? Must be a gap over there. Right, I know where we are now. I was tempted to build it in that dark oak woods over there, but I didn't think we had the space. I can see the tent now. Why do people keep calling me that now? Like, it's only my publishing name. It's only my book publishing name. Right, so we're back. We're back where we want to be. we are rightfully back at the campsite that we are working on. Joseph, say hello. I did say hello to him. I normally say hello before as soon as everyone joins, I say hello. That's one thing that I think I've always done. Whoa. So we're gonna use a bit of dirt there. Should we build another, or should just 2 fine? Do you know, I think 1 more actually. I say 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3. I'm joking. Be right back. There we go. So we're going to do this here. Perfect. We're going to go this way. Bang. We're going to go this way. Boom. We're going to hop up to the top of here now and put one of these. We're going to hop there. Ooh, do I put one here? Now I need to know. No. But did I put one under there on that one? Which I do not know if I did or not. I did. But that's not really an issue. I was fine yesterday and then I woke up with a sore throat and congestion. But that's normally how it goes. That's normally how it goes. You wake up fine and then then the next day you wake up ill. That's normally how it goes. Normally, I had it worse once, Pixel King, where I woke up. I had it worse once when I woke up. When I woke up, I was completely fine. I had it completely worse once. I woke up, was completely fine, and then about an hour or so, I woke up and was completely fine throughout the whole day. I once woke up, was fine for the whole day, and then I woke up and was what was I saying? I woke up, yeah. You had the craziest dream last night. Jesus. Yeah, what I was saying is I woke up one day, I was completely fine. And over the next, I was fine for most of the day. You gotta go. Goodbye, Jasper. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. There we go. Now, need to go this way now. Now we put some of this red stuff here. Some of this red wool here. I put some trapdoors on here. I then put a trapdoor there. I then put a trapdoor on the back here. I'm not leaving. Oh. Oh, you said GG. I thought you said got. Some people put GG now has got to go. Yeah, sorry. Some people put GG nowadays has got to go. So I was a bit confused. Luckily, we picked up that dirt, so I can just fill in that hole. Shove that in there. GG actually, well, that's not really true though. GG actually stands for good game. GG has stood for good game for, I don't know, thousands of years. That's what GG's always stood for. GG has stood for good game for... I know you're joking, but I think GG has stood for good game for centuries, maybe thousands of years. So here we go. What do we think, guys? We've invented a little camp, a little campsite. So all we need now is some cobblestone. Hey, look, it's even night. It's even descending into night time now. We've even picked a beautiful spot, really. Got that huge river, wide river there. Hello, Knight's Butt. Welcome to the stream. Bed is. What do you mean the bed's too far away? Look at this tent, guys. Look at the view out of this tent. Right, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 70 of you have watched this stream in the last 30 minutes. That's incredible. I just want to quickly check a notification. Just want to check a notification. I uploaded a YouTube short before I went to bed last night. Just want to see what's happened. Oh, thank you everyone. We are 29 subscribers off hitting 6,800. As it stands at the moment, we are 29 away, which is absolutely incredible. I hadn't seen. Then told SB7. Then told SB7. Then SB73 told SB77 told everyone that he caught the disease and showed a picture of him in hospital. I was absolutely devastated. Bloody hell. That would be a great novel. Maybe you should write that. That would be a great novel. It's, well, what's it? What is all the YouTubers? Are all the YouTubers dying of a disease? Everyone's dying of a disease. Except leave me as the survivor. Except just leave me as the survivor. And I've survived because I'm in the Winchester or something. If you don't get what that's from, there's a joke in Are you gonna beat Minecraft? Well, I've already beat it. I've already beat Minecraft on here. I just build things where I just go around building whatever. Have you ever watched War of the Worlds, Pixel King? Because there's the whole thing of War of the Worlds is the Martians spread red weed. And Mars is only red because of the red weed. I like our little campsite. I think I want to build another, but I don't think we've got the red. I do not think we've got the red wall for that. Yeah, that would be a great novel. That would honestly be a great novel. You know, just have Clamp of Joe as the survivor, and he survived because he fortified all his windows and basically piston balls to survive. They always have that one character in every film and every story. They have that one character that survives doing things which you wouldn't expect them to do. Like the girl in Zombieland 2. I survived because I was in the fridge. And zombies want... The only reason she's alive is because zombies eat brains and she hasn't got one. Which, I love that line. I love that line from Woody Harrelson in Zombieland. He goes, zombies want people with brains. The Last of Us, the TV series. The TV series. Oh, I gotta be honest, guys. I do love that campsite. I think I might have to go and make another. I think I might have to make another. It's there, but it's nice. Honestly, if we were on Bedrock, yeah, I totally had a campfire there. But we're not on Bedrock. But we're not that far from. That's not Decepted, because that's not Decepted. The official account Decepted. The official. What did that say? Decepted. The official football and treadmill. Well, Decepted doesn't need the treadmill because he's Decepted don't need a treadmill. He's literally built like a brick shithouse. I mean, he's. Yeah, but the way the media showed the people having to get emergency help because of the disease, they didn't even censor it. Yeah, but that's the thing though. But that's the thing though, Pixel King. Thank God it was just. That's the thing. Sometimes with those emergencies, if it's on the media can't censor it. Sometimes it happens too quickly. So when I was 3 years old in 2005, obviously, have you heard of 7/7, Pixel King? Because my eyes here are probably saying, no, you probably haven't, which is kind of surprising. Yeah. Do you know what 7/7 is, Pixel King? But sometimes the media can't censor it. Hello, Deceptive's massive fart. Not 77, 77 with a dash in the middle. As in 7-7. No, not 67. 7-7. 7-7. Have you heard of it? I'm surprised that's just, no offense everyone, no offense to anyone that's American, that's how bad America is. You force everyone to know about 9/11, but then America don't know the British equivalent. Literally, you hear everyone in the world knows about 9/11, but it's really surprising that Americans don't know about 7/7. 7/7 was done by Al Qaeda, who did 9/11, and they blew up London buses and trains while they were going at top speeds. So of course the trains were crashing and were exploding and obviously getting absolutely destroyed and things like that. And lots of people died, lots of people casualties. But the reason I brought that up, Pixel King, is the media, because the media were trying to get a grip of what was going on. The media caught videos. The live TV cameras caught videos of first aid responders. The media were trying to film what was going on and basically explain what was going on. But because obviously they were trying to get the news out as quick as possible to obviously at least share something of what had happened, you could see medics. You could see medics actually, giving people chest compressions. You could see people that were being dragged out with body parts missing. But it's not that the media are doing a bad job, it's that the media, that on a live feed, the media can't turn around and... On a live feed, they can't cut the cameras that quickly. Yeah, the reality of the situation. So, have you guys ever... Did any of you guys ever see the Christian Eriksen situation? So, Christian Eriksen is a football player. In 2000, in Euro 2020, the Euros of 2021, he had a cardiac arrest and collapsed on the pitch. But the media were absolutely hounded for not cutting away from him collapsing. But as they said though, they didn't know he was going to collapse. They were showing a football match. I can't call decepted though. I can't call decepted because he's at work. I can't just call decepted because he is at work. I'm not trying to get him. My intention is not to get... We don't want to get decepted fired. We don't want to ruin his life. Hello, Glamrock. Welcome to the stream. There we go. There you go. So, hello, Gustavo Whitey Mexican. Welcome to the stream. Well, we've just been making a campsite. We've been making like some tents and a campsite. I want to build another. Ideally, I want to build another tent, but I don't have the... Well, I have the materials to make another tent. I have the materials to make another tent. You can barely breathe if you caught the disease. Are you sure you're not dreaming of the bubonic plague? If you even know what that is. Which I would hope that you knew what the bubonic plague was. Well, I suppose it didn't really affect... No, not the bubonic plague. Pixel King, you didn't really know what was going on. The bubonic plague was a bit... How long have you been playing Minecraft? Since 2014. Oh, Jesus. Okay, right. I've got enough wool to do these side bits. But yeah, you would cough so hard to get a 6-pack of abs. No, but what I mean, the bubonic plague, you could catch it and you'd be dead within 5 hours. The bubonic plague was that bad, literally, you could catch it and be dead within 12 hours. Within 5 hours. There's generally cases, because obviously the bubonic plague's eradicated now. The bubonic plague's eradicated. When I say bubonic plague, I'm talking about the Black Death. Bubonic plague is what we would call the Black Death. And the bubonic plague, the actual bubonic plague, you could catch it and you'd be... Some people were dead in hours. You know, the bubonic plague was, you know, really... Well, it was really contagious. This is a dried river. Look, guys, we could have some fun here. We could actually connect this river up. That would be nice. Reminds me of what you just said though reminds me of a Doctor Who episode. What you just said reminds me of a Doctor Who episode. There was a Doctor Who episode. It was have you seen the Minecraft movie? I have. I didn't like it. I thought the acting was alright, but I thought the storyline was all over the place. No offense, guys. I absolutely love Minecraft. But I thought the Minecraft movie storyline was all over the place. Remember that bully that pushed Climate Joe down the stairs? Yeah, fucking hell. I've got a dodgy ankle from that. It probably stunted my growth as well. That probably stunted my growth, actually. I am joking, guys, but that probably did stunt my growth. You know, I went down a flight. I mean, come on, I went down a flight of stairs, like. So I'm fairly short, but I think it's possibly because of that, because that probably stunted my growth. Honestly, guys. So we've got to look at dried up riverbed. So I'm gonna go home because I need to go and grab some. I'm gonna go home because I gotta go grab some. Well, on the stream, just Joe. On the stream, Joe. Everyone has ever called me Joe on these streams, and everyone's ever called me Joe in like real life. So, Joe's better. Joe's better. But at least I don't go to public school anymore. So you're in private school, or you're not in school. Oh, goodbye. Thank you for watching the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. I have to go to school in a few minutes. Oh, cool. I'm just trying out homeschooling. Homeschooling's interesting. Because obviously my mother did it to my sister, because my sister physically couldn't be in school, but the school. Homeschooling's interesting. So I was never homeschooled. The only thing I don't agree about homeschooling is what is being taught. I don't agree with homeschooling on a few regards, because I think you've got to get with like homeschooling. I think you've got to get a balance. There's no E after the O. There's no E after the O. That's not how it's spelled. If you're trying to spell the name Joseph, it's there's no E after the O. It's technically spelt Joseph. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still have to get up early in the morning. Still have to go with my mental. Yeah. No, what I mean is with like. What I meant by that is, with homeschooling, I think there's got to be a balance, because you've got some kids now, their parents with like homeschooling, especially in the UK. No, it's alright. Especially in the UK, kids would be taught what they like science and things like that, and then the parents would ignore like maths, English, and I think personally, this might be me being a bit biased, but I think history needs to go into there, because, you know, you've got people now that refuse to learn the history. Do you know what? There was a surprising statistic. That came out the other week. They reckon 85% of young kids now don't even know what Dunkirk was. And, you know, Dunkirk was one of the greatest miracle in history. You know, the British army, the UK government predicted they could only get 10,000. The UK government predicted they could only get 10,000 troops out of northern France, while the German army was invading and pushing them into the sea. They were predicted to only get 10,000 troops out, and they managed to get they somehow managed to get 330,000 out. They ended up getting there. They thought they could get 10,000 out, when in reality they somehow managed to get 300,000 out. And people don't even know what the miracle of Dunkirk was anymore. They don't know what the Dunkirk invasions. But hello, Addy and Bollard, welcome to the stream. Yeah, some people don't know. I think history's got to be something taught. Even if people are homeschooled, I think history's got to be told, because there's a very famous quote that I love. One of my It's Jasper and his dad's coat. Oh, okay. One of my favourite quotes of all time. Everyone, is, "He who ignores history is bound to repeat it." And if we don't teach kids the history of what's happened, they're going to repeat it. Oh, okay. Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I meant, Pixel King. There's certain subjects I think have to be taught. Especially reading. That's one, I think. Right, I'm going to quickly head down here because I need to grab some more red wool. I think 64 would be enough to get that last tent in. 64. There we go. Here we go. So, we've now got that red wool. I want some buckets though, because while we're over there, I want to open up that river. You can do it. Right. Perfect. Let's go. So, you can do it, Climate of Joe. Cool. La 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 la. Do you play Bedrock Edition? I do, but not a lot. I tend to prefer this version. Oh, you're trying to get... Actually, saying that, Pixel King, have you ever heard of foot and mouth disease? Because when you said that, that reminds me of that. During 2001, there was a thing called foot and mouth disease, and it started because a farmer fed his cows contaminated stuff. Yeah. 2001, foot and mouth disease. It caused a crisis in British agriculture and tourism. The epizootic saw 2,000 cases of the disease across farms in Britain, in the British countryside, because of how bad the disease was. They had to kill over 2 million cows and sheep, because if they carried it and spread it on, they had to kill over 2 million cows and sheep to 6 million. They had to kill over 6 million cows and sheep, which in an eventually successful attempt to halt the disease. It ended up, because of how bad it was, because of how bad foot and mouth disease the outbreak was, they had to kill 6 million cows and sheep to curb the spread of the disease, because if you had it, if animals had it, they could pass it on by they could pass it on. The disease stayed in contaminated meat. It stayed in contaminated meat. So if someone bought the meat, if someone bought the livestock or anything like that, bought the meat, bought the livestock, and it ended, yeah, they had to kill 6 million cows and sheep, and you know, agriculture took an absolute tanking, but that was the only possible way they could have done anything, and it obviously it worked. It worked out in their favor eventually. I know environmentalists and vegans will be complaining about it, but they said, what would you rather do? What would they rather do? Infect everyone with a disease, or kill the infected? Where am I from? I'm from the UK. The British flag's not an emoji. The British flag is something that should be... The British flag isn't an emoji. The British flag is something that should be flying above every school in the country. That's what I think, personally. The British flag should be flying at every school in the UK. It should then also... Yes, that was my friend. That was my friend. Decepted. That was Decepted who did that. Decepted did it as a joke because I was streaming on the realm. I was streaming on the realm that me and him shared. So, hold on a minute. Oh, it's one lower. So, before we need to do anything, we need to fill this lake up. Why did Decepted stream snipe me? Because it was a joke. Obviously, I was frustrated with him at the time, but then when he showed me the edit he showed me the edit 5 minutes, 2 minutes, literally a minute after he finished editing it, and then I was like, oh. It's kind of funny, actually. Right, so what we've done, we've filled this lake up. Now, if we grab the extra bottles of water, buckets of water. If we grab these extra buckets of water, like this, these extra buckets of water, if we put them here. Ass man, long time no see. Hello, Kobe Brian, welcome to the stream. So, now, what we also need You're the best YouTuber in the world. Thank you. I don't think I am personally, but then, you know, that's your opinion. I don't see myself as a YouTuber. I just see myself as someone that likes to make videos and hopefully some people like them. I see myself more as a filmmaker. Hello to Infinity, welcome to the stream. I see myself more as a filmmaker and a film student myself. Right, let's just clear my inventory a second. So, no, let's not use that red, because that red is for the campsite up on the hill there. Remember night, but yeah. Of course we remember night, but so if you want to know what we're doing, we're connecting this river up. There's a river over here, like a dried river, and we're connecting it up. Right, so that sorts out that little issue then. So perfect, that's done then. So we've covered that lake over now, so that lake is fine then. Good. Now I'm not going to score, sadly. You're the only person I've ever seen on these streams. You're the only person I've ever seen on this stream that's just said, I'm not going to score, sadly. I gotta go. That's alright, Pixel King. So I'm just going to pick up all this sand that we've gathered, because I'm just going to reconnecting up this river. Goodbye, Pixel Thing. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. There we go. So So there we go. We've got a river. So now our river will be connected up to here. I haven't touched over here, so I'm going to imagine that this is... And then as we get around here, then we go into a huge, like, open... We go into a huge lake system. So, perfect. That river's now beautiful. I think we can probably sail the whole way now. Which is absolutely amazing. Now, I'm going to quickly head over here, because I'm convinced we have a chest over here. We have a bed, which is nice. Hello, Hillville Gaming and News. Welcome to the stream. How's Rafsa been on your different streams? Well, what do you mean by my different streams? Well, he's been on most of my streams I've done since this week, since Saturday, since last week. Could have swore I had a chest over here. Ah, that's why it's in the castle. Yeah, he started watching my streams, I don't know, Saturday, I think. Right, so I'm going to leave all this dirt over here. The seeds, the flowers, the rotten flesh... Because that's all stuff that we don't need. Because we're not coming back here. We were doing that river thing. We were sorting that river out. Which I said I wanted to do. Because our actual thing is going up through there. Our actual thing of what we are actually doing. Bye, I'm going now. Have a good rest of your day, Adine Ballard. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. There we go. Perfect. There we go. So, we've connected that river up. It means we can sail around. It means we can sail up. It's like canals. It's like a canal where we've opened it up. So, now that I'm here, I'm going back to this campsite that we were working on, and I'm going to finish tent 4. So, can hop over here now and do this. Can hop there and do that. How old do I need to be to watch the stream? What do you mean? I'm a bit confused by what you mean, Hillville Gaming. Age? How? What do you mean how old you have to be to watch the stream? Do you mean how old... Do you mean how old you've got to be to watch YouTube, to use YouTube? Yeah, but then that's I'm a bit confused by what you're on about. There isn't requirements on age to watch YouTube stream. The requirement itself is how old you've got to be to watch YouTube. Yeah, the requirement to watch anything on YouTube is 13. not streams. Well, not what I mean by that is not I don't mean just not streams. The requirement is you've got to be 13 to watch YouTube, anything on YouTube. So if as long as you're older than 13, then you can watch anything on YouTube. Here we go. There we go. Right. Oh, hold on a minute. We have used quite a lot of trapdoors, actually. We've used about 30 trapdoors. That's a mistake. We don't need a trapdoor there. I don't need one there either. Yeah, your statement then really confused me, because I thought, well, there isn't requirements to watch streams. The requirement is to be 13 to watch YouTube. But I can tell you were joking, but then it did confuse me for a moment. Do I still have that birch wood on me? That birch log? I can't make a bed for this one. So. Ugh. Just making that look a little bit more natural. So, I'm just going to put a bit of dirt across here though, because you wouldn't normally build a campsite on the edge of a hill. You'd build a campsite on a hill, not at the edge of one. You can't get through there, so can you actually just no, you can't. But if I got to the top of that mountain, which, you know, it is possible. Let's just go and grab a tree a minute. Just because I want a bed. I want a bed for this one side. So perfect. That bed can go into this side here, like this. So let's hop up the mountain and then we can see what this looks like, guys. So there will be a video coming out tomorrow, sometime. There'll be a video coming out sometime about us building the campsite. Let's just cheat, eh? Is this where we were at earlier on? We were looking down at the campsite. No, we were at the top of there, weren't we? It's alright, we can get around that. We can get up there, though. We can get up there. We can get up to the top of here. What do you guys think? Oh, what do you guys think about our little campsite? Deceptors messaged me. So I like it, guys. I like it. Well, you know, we might as well. We might as well sleep at the campsite. Looks nice, doesn't it? Lovely. Thank you to the people who subscribed, by the way. As it stands, we are 27 subscribers off hitting 6,800. And as it stands, the video we uploaded, the YouTube short we uploaded this morning, has 1,500 views. So I want to thank all of you guys for that, because that's absolutely mental. Well, it says 1,500, but it's actually 1,400. Hello, Hillville Gaming and News. Welcome to the stream. So, let's take a sleep in our little tent. It's quite chilly, actually, in this tent. So, we've built 4 of them. We built a little campsite. We could build another here if we wanted to. But, I do want to build... One thing I do want to build is a campfire. But, we don't have campfires in Legacy, so... Well, there aren't campfires on Switch Legacy, so we'll have to make some. Oh, so we're not. I know where we are then. If we go this way, then we're there. So I know where we are. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Just a little campsite in the middle of nowhere. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, you guys can hear me. So, what should we do now? We've already built our little tent, so in the middle of nowhere we got a little campsite. Which is really nice. It's just in the middle of nowhere, so oh god. there we go. So, thank you to the people who watched this stream so far. What we're going to do is go this way like that. Do la 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 la. La 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 la. Do do do. Bum 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 boo bush bush bish 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 bosh bish 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 bing bong bish bosh boosh la do boo do do bum bang bing bing bong bing bong bang. So what we're gonna do today? Sandstone. We could take the sandstone with us. Do. Actually, hold on. We can clear up some inventory space then by shoving all the that stuff into one. So we're gonna go absolutely this way. We are absolutely gonna go this way. Okay, I am absolutely knackered. So, right, so we're going to go this way then. It's almost 2 o'clock. I will have to go AFK in a minute, guys, because I haven't had lunch yet. That's just we just got a swing. It doesn't actually swing though, that's the problem. La 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 la. Bum 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 bing boosh boosh bish bosh bish bosh bish bosh bash do 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 la 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 la. Right, we'll go this way now. Down the stairs, like that. Right, we need to go into this room now. We need to miss this one, go into this one. Sand is in this chest. So, we've got to find out what's sand and what's not. So sand. Then I believe everything else is sandstone, which is this is the sandstone chest right here. So boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Is that a bit of sand or is it a bit of birchwood? Hold on a minute. Might as well put that birchwood in one. There we go. That makes it a little bit cleaner, a little bit better. 2 bits of glowstone. You know what we can do with those. Well, we'll do the birch first because the birch planks are closer to us. Night but still here. Cool. Right, we're gonna put some glowstone into this chest right there. Now, fences. Fences go into the fence chest like this. So basically, we used a lot of all the fences we took. We used lots of them. Doors. So the trap doors we used a hell of a lot of. Why did I bring these anvils? Oh, that's why. Because the 2 anvils in the wall over here disappeared, so I'm replacing them. Like a roller coaster war, I can take this anymore. We didn't start the fire. It was always turning since the world was spinning. It was always turning since the world was spinning. Can't remember the lyrics. Bollocks. That's not right, is it? Right. We used a lot of red wool on that build. It was just lucky for us that we had some. So I'm gonna go AFK for a couple of minutes because I need to get a sandwich. I'm gonna mute the mic for a moment. Did you know when you eat a hamburger is gone, but when you bite the hamburger, some hamburger's still there? Well, yeah, because you've bit it, you haven't ate it. I'm back. Hello, everyone. Pardon me. Hello, Ace Saturn 6596. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I can move. I went AFK to eat a sandwich. I had to go AFK to eat a sandwich. But welcome back to everyone here. I'm back. And now we're going to continue on. But still, I don't know what we should build. I feel like we should build. I feel like we should build at least something today. Well, we've taken a river. We've opened a river. We've opened up a dried riverbed and connected it all up to the main river. Hello, Omnivore. How are you? How are you? To answer your question, I'm really good. How are you? Yeah. I'm really good as well. I'm officially 16 as of yesterday. Turns out the year 7s are having their induction day today, so I'll actually start year 11 tomorrow. Oh, cool. Happy birthday. Here's a late happy birthday. What, you do that on a different year 7's having their induction day. They do it on different days? They do it on different days? It might be I went to a small school, because obviously I'm from the countryside. It might be I went to a small school, but when I was in school, I can say this, everyone. When I was in school, we had a very interesting thing of, yeah, they do it the day before everyone else comes back. Yeah, my school didn't do that. My school did it that we all started on the same day. Basically, no matter what day you started, no matter what day you what year you were, you all started on the same day. But as some advice, this is the one which you as some advice, this is the one that you take seriously. Out of all the school years, this is the one that you take out of all the school years, this is the one that you actually do take seriously. You're listening to me on your TV and phone at the same time. Cool. Hello. You can hear me twice. There we go. Just clean that up a little bit. Yeah, so what I mean, Omnivore, is when I started school, basically when I was in school, basically year 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s and 11s all started school on the same day. So their induction day was basically same day. what are the, what are year sevens like nowadays, Omnivale? Just out of curiosity, because when I was in school, the year 11s were basically quite calm. When I was in year 11, when I was in year 7, the year 7s were very scared. You know, they went from being, you know, so it was a thing of when I was in school. It was a thing of when I was in school. When I was in year 7, the year 7s were basically scared. You know, they were the biggest kids of secondary school, and now they're the babies again. And then when I was in year 11, which obviously, bear that in mind, guys, that was 6 years ago. Bearing in mind that was 7 years ago now. When I started year 11, the year 7s basically, they thought they were hard men. They turned up and basically thought they had control of the place. Crazy. It is crazy, yeah. They turned up. But yeah, it was 7 years ago. I started literally. I'd say a quarter of them are in their own groups, avoiding the older kids, and then the remaining quarter are really something else. Yeah, what I meant by that is when I was in year 7, like, we were scared of the older kids because, you know, some of them were like 6'2", you know, some of them were like 6'2", you know. We were like, you know, 4'8", 4'9", 4'10". That's you start year 11 when you're you start year 7 when you're like, you know, when you're 11. So at 11 you're like, you know, so the tallest of you is probably 5'2". The shortest of you is probably 4'6", probably 4 foot something. And most of us were like between 4'6" and 4'11", 4'6" to 4'11", and you know a lot of the year 6s were bloody. Well, a lot of the year 11s, you know, were, you know, 6'2", 6'1". You know, they could, if we wanted to annoy them, they could put us through a wall. They could throw us over the They could throw us off the balcony, and so. But when I got to year 11, we were a lot more kinder. We were a lot more nicer, if you get what I mean. We were a lot more kinder. So what I mean by happened here is that the year 7s turned up, and some of them were big, some of them were like, there was a, so I used to be really short. I used to be obviously shortish, not like ridiculously short, but when I was in year 11 I was 5'7". When I was in my final year of school I was 5'7". They had a kid in year 7 that was the same height as me, and he used to try and basically hang around with the year 11s, and there was a kid that was almost the same height as me. Which I found quite weird. Yeah, but what I was using for that point though, about, you know, it's a period of difference. So like, while these kids, while they had grown up, social media had been a thing. Well, that's what I meant, Omniville. A lot of these younger children now, social media has been a thing while they've been an adult, while they've been growing. So I think my school year group was one of the last generations to really grow up before social media, and when I got into my final year of school, you know, we had kids running up and shouting the N-word at people. And, you know, some of the things that these year 7s were saying, like, you just would not... You would not get it. You would not believe some of the shit they were saying. And one of the teachers went around to the year 6 to meet year 6s for the following year after I left. After I left school, in my final week of school, one of my teachers was talking to us, and they said something about, oh, I had to go around and see all the year 6s last week. And if you think the year 11's about, the year 7's about this year, next year's going to be a whole different thing. And I think they're just progressively getting worse and worse. And a guy who was a year 7 when I was a year 11 said that to me, because we hired him for one of my uni projects. We randomly hired the guy, and then he remembered my name. And saw me on the script, and he remembered my name, but he couldn't picture me. And then he recognized me the day later. And then he recognized me the day later on the bus. And the guy said to me, like, it got worse after I left. You know, the year 7s progressively got worse and worse, which I find hilarious. I find that absolutely hilarious, that it got worse and worse and worse. But I think all across the shot, it's because of social media, everyone. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? It's because of social media. Because you can find anything now, literally by the tap of a button. It's getting worse and worse. What do you guys think? That's just my opinion on it, but what do you guys think? Ooh. Do 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 do. I'm feeling very old. Old. Everyone tried to make me feel old in yesterday's stream. It didn't work. That's the thing though, but what I meant is now because you can view anything by a click of a button, a few years ago, so I'm a massive football fan, so I'm a massive Everton fan, and, you know, I support the England national team or anything like that. Right. So I support the England national team and things like that. And there was a 12-year-old kid in 2020 that sent the player Wilfred Zaha, who used to play for Crystal Palace, a young 12-year-old sent him pictures We can just stand here because creepers are scared of cats. We can stand here. Well, look, we're protected. Come on, kitten. Basically, creepers are scared of cats. So, as long as we've got our cat next to us, the creeper won't go near us. Yeah, basically, what had happened, a 12-year-old kid in 2020 sent Wilfred Zaha pictures of the KKK and said, this is what would happen to you. And they said, my first comment of that was, why does the kid know what the KKK is? Why does the 12-year-old kid know what that is? They shouldn't know what it is. It's most likely because social media. You can view anything by the click of a button. That kids are now viewing things that they shouldn't physically view, and they shouldn't know about. But this creeper's gonna go first, isn't he? But because we've got Kitten. Yeah. Come on. I love it. Or games, on games. Yeah, but then there are games that kids shouldn't play, like Call of Duty and things like that. Call of Duty and things like that say 18 rated on it. But they shouldn't be conscious of it. It's like, one of my old uni lecturers almost got fired for saying the N-word, but he was using it in context of media. He was using it as a, he was using the word as with context about the difference between certain forms of media. And I think they were doing music videos, and there was he was saying about how some words can be used in certain music videos if they're a thing, and he used that. Yeah, I do know what website you're talking about. So basically, what happened, and ironically though, it was all the white kids that complained. All the black kids defended the lecturer because they knew it had context, but it was all the white kids. And basically, it was all 16-year-olds. And but he came close to getting fired because of it. But they said it was all the black kids that defended him because they knew that it wasn't racism, and it was held in context. But they're so conscious of everything now, which is a good thing. It's good to be conscious of it, but you can't. There's things children shouldn't know about. Like, some of you might not agree with me, but I don't think children under the age of 13 should know what transgender is and things like that, because when you're younger than like 13, 12, 13, when you're younger than like 12, 11, you don't really know the difference between male and female. It's only after 11, 12 that you really learn about it. Someone just told me to die and commit suicide. No joke. Yeah. But that's something though. That's words though. You can ignore that. People sending you racist pictures and things like that. You can't ignore that. You could ignore the whole quote. The whole quote is sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt you. And the problem is nowadays is people are complaining about words. And I will admit, guys, I'm a bit biased about that. I'm a bit biased about the whole thing of, words can never hurt you. Yeah. But the thing is as well, that's where I blame people like KSI a little bit. Because he's a massive YouTuber in the UK, and he used to just say it out. He just used to walk around saying it in random places, which, yeah, I understand. We're in the thing of he is generally black, but why? Why going around shouting it? I don't get it. That's where I blame people like him a little bit for that. But words can hurt someone. They can, but words can't hurt you. That's the thing. Words only hurt you if you've got to be really sensitive for words to hurt you. Literally, when I started school, you guys are a lot younger than me, I think you guys are a lot younger than me. I think you guys are all, what, 13? I know Omniville's 16. Some of you guys here are like 13. Yeah, when I was in school, we were told this. Do not report name calling or things like that, because it's a name. But then when I finished school, it would name calling had become something that you have to report, which I don't agree with. If you're called a name, you just called a name. Just get up and deal with it. But that's the only thing I don't support. I don't support people going and complaining about name calling, because I'm like, well, it's a name. A name isn't the problem. Which some of you might not agree with me. but words can't hurt you. You often tend to see that if the people that are hurt by the words, you often see the people that are hurt by the words, that are hurt by, like, words and things like that. You often see that they are occasionally autistic, because autistic people, if they're called a name, they don't process it. But some people who are autistic, for example, are can be overreactive. Is this a classroom? Partially, sometimes. No, but I'm just saying a point. You tend, if this was a classroom, it would be a great classroom, because we'd end racism. We'd end racism in an hour stream. We'd stop. We'd stop misogyny. It would be a. Yeah, I just gotta quickly. There we go. What did I say about autism? We were talking about name calling, and I said, well, we were talking about name call, about people calling people names nowadays, gameplays, and I said, well, the old quote, I said the famous quote is, "Sticks and stones break your bones, but words they never hurt you." I said the problem nowadays is people report name calling too much rather than just ignore it, like, and. The Joke 60 said, but words can hurt some people. And I said, but the people that tend to be hurt by the words more tend to be people with autism and some of the other mental disorders, because they can't process what they're being told and they're more overreactive. It's not... I said that... That's what I said. I said it tends to be people that have, underlying... hidden disabilities that sometimes do tend to take name calling more over the top than some other people do. That's the context, because we were talking about name calling. The actual context was that when we were saying about just social media, an example, we were saying about how social media is ruining it, is getting worse. Kids on social media is getting worse and worse. So, what the context of the conversation was, children coming into secondary school nowadays are getting worse and worse, and I said it's because of social media, because social media has existed now since they were children. Social media has existed now since they were children, and they were brought up with it, so that they can access anything by the click of a button, and they can access stuff that they shouldn't access. So the actual context of what we were discussing, I mentioned about how in 2020 a 12-year-old kid sent a professional football player images of the KKK. And I said you can ignore race, you could ignore racist words, but you can't ignore pictures. And that's where everything come from. I said, well, the old quote is, "Sticks and stones break your bones, but words can never hurt you." And someone responded with an interesting comment of, "Words can hurt some people," but I said those some people sometimes that are hurt by words more tend to be if they are more sensitive and more reactive to comments. But it's not everyone, because autism is completely different for everyone. some people have it where they're, yeah, it's the what we were mainly discussing is about how nowadays, so I'm a bit biased when it comes to people complaining about name calling, and I have to admit that. I'm a bit biased when it comes to people reporting name calling, because when I was in school, somebody kicked me down the stairs, and they were more interested about when I was in school, I was kicked down the stairs by someone. Somebody come up behind me and just kicked me in the back, which obviously I went down this flight of stairs and injured my ankle. And they were more interested in finding out who called this gay kid gay, which I'm a bit biased when it comes to name calling, guys, because I'm like, well, my ankle's in 3 different directions and his feelings are hurt. Like, what's more important? But I'm a bit biased when it comes to name calling. But it's because when I started school, everybody, when I started school in 2014, when I started secondary school in 2014. People were complaining about name calling, and we were told, well, name calling is not something you report because it can't hurt you, it's just words. And when I left school in 2019, the quote, the whole psychic of the psyche of that had changed. Everyone was now, it was now, you had to report name calling, even if it was a joke and someone didn't understand the joke. So I'm a bit biased when it comes to name calling, guys. But I think complaining about name calling is stupid. Well, words can't hurt because you could ignore words. But the thing is, the whole quote, the old British quote is, sticks and stones break your bones, but words can't hurt you, which they can't, because they can't actually physically hurt you. Your feelings might be your feelings might be hurt, but that's just your feelings. They can't physically hurt, and that was that's a massive quote in the UK, passed down for generations, centuries. So yeah, words can't actually hurt, because a word is just something spoken. It'd be a bit more different if you were punched in the face. If someone punched you, and if someone punched you, but you can ignore words. You can't ignore being punched in the face, if you get what I mean. But it's how things have changed now. People complain about everything nowadays. But it might be I'm older now, guys. It might be I'm older now, and I think some people make a fuss over nothing, but it might be as well, like, I think schools now report the wrong stuff. I think schools report the wrong Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. Yeah, like, literally, if I went and did that, honestly, Omniville, if I went and did that, I'd be laughed at. You want to report him for calling you an idiot? Oh. But in schools nowadays, if you want to report him for being an idiot, oh my god, yeah, we'll give him a detention. I'm like, that's humans are social beings. Humans are sociable beings, but the whole thing is that words can't hurt you. So to be accepted, yes, but if someone says something you don't like, you can't complain. Like, it come out recently. Somebody in the UK called the police on their neighbour because their neighbour didn't say morning to them in the morning, because the neighbour had headphones on. Like, that's not that. if anything, you should be arrested for calling the police for that. You know, someone could have been murdered on the streets, and so the police haven't gone there. They've gone to yeah. The thing is nowadays is people can report name calling for something. It's like if you're called an idiot or called stupid, like just get up and deal with it. Don't go around asking for sympathy. But I see it a lot with my sister. If I call my sister stupid, she goes, "Mum, Joe called me stupid." I'm like, "Yeah, so?" My mum's like, "Yeah, so?" It's just a name. But it's ridiculous, guys. Like, the only time I've ever complained about anyone, on Nouvelle was because on a college project, basically this group of people, they left me to do all the work and then didn't give me and then basically the only thing they did was edit the footage, and then they basically gave themselves all the roles and said I did nothing. Sounds like a bit of lack of sympathy. Yeah, but you have sympathy, but how much is too sympathy? If you're how much is too sympathy? If your sympathy comes from the fact that, you know, you care about other beings, but there's people that want too much sympathy. So back in the 1970s, 80s, if you complained about name calling, nothing was dealt with. So I remember my gran saying to me that. I remember my nan saying to me this actually about my dad. My dad called someone a name, and the kid obviously started crying, told the teacher, and my nan said to the headmaster, "It was a name." He goes, "The kid's just being a baby," and the head teacher went, "Yeah, you're right." He goes, "It was only a name. He only called him an idiot." And yeah, the head teacher agreed. It was like, it's a bit different if you're calling someone something racist. If you're calling someone something racist, that's different. But if it's just name calling as you're calling someone an idiot, you shouldn't go and report that. You should just get on with it. It's not about sympathy, it's about what actually matters. Sympathy only works if you're sympathetic over a certain thing. You can be sympathetic to people and still think that they're making a fuss over nothing. But if you're saying something if you're saying something racist to someone, like, yeah, that's what you report. You don't report people for calling you an idiot or telling you that you're doing your job wrong. The only time I've ever complained about anyone in that regard was a guy in my uni course. I was in charge of his department and he would not listen to me. Which technically, if it had been a professional short film, if it had been a professional film production, I would have had cause to sack him because I was his boss and he was not listening. But that's different. But then what I mean, you are right in a way, gameplays about sympathy, but how much is too much sympathy? Because you have some people that take the mickey. And do you know how all this started, gameplays? If you're still in the stream, do you know how all of this stuff started? It started because someone sued someone for their liver. Yeah, do you know how all this crazy stuff started? Like people suing each other for name calling, suing each other for daft stuff. Do you know how it all started? A couple divorced, and they were the perfect couple. and she decided, because her liver was failing, she decided to sue her ex-husband for his liver, and she won. And then ever since then, people have started suing each other for stupid stuff. Ever since then, people have started suing each other for stupid stuff just because there's a chance you can get money involved. And now it's got even stupider. You know, people. A guy in Japan sued the train company because they left 10 seconds early, but the train left 10 seconds early, so this guy in Japan missed the train and sued them for leaving 10 seconds early. Surely you should be on the train you should be already on that train before 10 seconds before it departs. Like 10 seconds. And this guy I think this guy got like, what was it? Sue train. That actually happened. A guy sued a train. Yeah, they complain. Yeah, people generally sued. Someone generally sued a train in Japan because it left 10 seconds early, and he won. Surely, if you're going on a train, you should be there at least 5 minutes before it leaves, not 10 seconds. Literally, trains in the UK, the doors literally close 30 seconds before the train leaves. So if you miss the train, if you miss the train because it left 10 seconds early, that's your own fault for not being there on time. So do you know what that really was, guys? Do you know what that really was, everyone? That was the guy left late, arrived late, and then realised that, and then heard that the train had left 10 seconds early, so thought, I can sue them then. When really it should have just been, no, you turned up late. You turned up late. Which I find that hilarious. I'm just like, well, that's the guy should never have got any money there. The guy should never have got any money there. It should have just been, well, you turned up to the train late. You should be there before at least a lot longer before 10 seconds before the train leaves. In that 10 seconds, you've got to get down you've got to find the right train. You've got to find the right platform. There's no way you're going. There is absolutely no way that you're going to get on that train in that 10 seconds. Because it'll be like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 seconds. If you get what I mean, you're not going to get on that train in that time frame. In that time frame, you're not going to get on that train. And you should be there. That's true. But there is people like that. They care about accuracy, but then 10 seconds on the veil. 10 seconds, literally. I'd be happy if the train left 10 seconds before. I'd be like, oh, we get there 10 seconds earlier then, do we? But as I said, guys, I'm different. But they said there was a case last year. Did you guys see the Manchester Airport case last year? Did you see about the Manchester Airport incident last year? Well, I suppose if you're British, you probably know about it. A police officer got suspended for kicking someone in the head, kicking a guy in the head. But over the so people filmed it and called it racism. People were absolutely calling for the officer to get arrested, be jailed. He was a racist. And then the CCTV came out recently. The guy that he kicked in the head had assaulted a member of the public, broke two female officers' nose, smashed this officer in the face with an assault, and the officer had fallen back. His gun was hanging, and he thought, and the guy looked up at the gun, so he kicked him in the head. So the officer has got away with it, but they said, people tried to claim that it was racism. People tried to claim it was racism, but it wasn't. The guy was a genuine dangerous. The guy was generally dangerous and was assaulting people. Well, not. I wouldn't say. Well, yeah, dangerous is probably the right cause of action. CCTV caught him breaking 3 officers' noses. And talking about thing though, the fact that they had people had the cheek to say that the officer was racist. Because the thing about that video though is everyone that filmed the incidents with their phone didn't filmed the bit of the officer kicking him, but none of them filmed the previous minute where the guy went on an unprovoked assault of all the officers. Have a good one. Thank you for joining the stream, Omniville. I hope you had a good birthday, and thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, this all the people that filmed it, and the gameplays, all the people that filmed it, no one filmed the previous minute where the guy had basically assaulted everyone. It assaulted 3 police officers. But then people had the cheek afterwards to say it was racism, but it wasn't racism. He was neutralising someone that had just done an unprovoked assault on three police officers. And it ended up what's happened now with that is that the guy looks like he's going to prison for it. The officer's obviously back at work, and it looks like the guy's going to prison. This was it. Man guilty of Manchester airport attack on police officers. So the guy that got kicked is now actually standing trial of assault. Justice, but there is none for all humans. Yeah, the guy technically justice was preserved there. The guy that claimed racism. The guy that claimed racism, but the guy was an armed police officer in an airport. At an airport, you've got to be tougher because you don't know who's coming in. You know, you've got to be careful. You know, for example, you could have a suicide bomber come in, intent on causing a terrorist attack in the UK. You could have anything. You could have absolutely anyone, you know, like a wanted serial killer could come through the plane, could come through the airport. You don't know who's coming in through an airport. So they need armed police have to be tougher. The police have to be tougher at an airport. But yeah, justice was served there. It ended up the officer went back at work, and the guy's going to stand trial for assault. Which I said, it's an interesting case. It was an interesting case of people. It was an interesting case, and it's a big issue nowadays. Everyone, it's an interesting case of, you know, innocent, guilty until proven innocent, when really it's innocent until proven guilty. But that was a very big case of guilty until proven innocent. That was a case of the norm now. In the UK, there's a thing of innocent until proven guilty, but a lot of people nowadays seem to think it's guilty until proven innocent, which. But the very thing is, you know, people went on a riot about how this officer was a racist, a monster, a thug, and all the newspaper articles were smashing him, and then all the CCTV came out. That's really bad, though. That's really, really bad. Really, really bad journalism. They should have waited for all the stuff, all the evidence in CCTV to come out rather than post anything. I think when you said about justice, yeah, justice, you do get justice for all humans eventually, but sometimes you've got to wait for it. For example, Hillsborough, the families of the victims of Hillsborough had to wait campaign for 27 years for the truth, and then it came out that the police officers had fabricated the evidence. What do you guys think? Well, thank you to the people who subscribed, by the way. As it stands, we are 23. We're 23 subscribers off hitting 6,800. We're aiming to hit that by the end of this month, but who's to say we can't do it in the next couple of weeks, in the next few days? We don't know. We honestly never know. Thank you to everyone that has thank you to everyone that's watched this stream so far. There's another subscriber, guys. We are 22 subscribers off hitting 6,800. But then there's only 2 people in the stream at the moment, so where are they coming from? Unless they're coming from that Minecraft short. But we've only had like 30 views on that in the last, hour. Interesting. Very interesting. 200 of you have watched this stream, so yeah, incredible. Almost 300 of you, which is absolutely splendid. Splendid, eh? Right. In today's stream, we have built a lot. We've opened the lake. We've turned a river. We've turned a dried up river back into a river. And we've built 3. We've built 3 tents in the little campsite that we've made. Well, we have 2 campsites now. We have the old one, and then we have the newer one. And then we have the newer one that we've just worked on. Oh, Jesus. $22 subscribers off, which is fantastic. We're slowly getting there. We are very, albeit slowly, we are very, very much getting towards hitting that grand number that we have been aiming for so long. I'm gonna go AFK for a minute and get a drink. Right, I'm back. Welcome back. Sorry, I just had to go AFK and get a drink, guys. Might get rid of this. It's never worked. Unless it's working now, which... Nope, nothing. May I ask, how old are you? How old do you think I am? How old do you think I am, Gameplays? Basically, everyone that asks me that, I get them to guess, because it's just funny. I see different numbers each time. So yeah, how old do you think I am? I thought 16. Yeah, I am not 16. I was 16 and I'm not 24. I can admit to you very much I am not 24. I'm 22. Yeah, I'm not 16. Like, I'm not... I get that often, though, to be honest. To be honest, I get that quite often. I get people think I'm younger. Yeah. I get that quite often. I get that fairly often at the moment. People think I sound younger. It might be because I'm quite short. It might be because I'm shortish that people think I sound younger. But it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird, to be honest. I have people on these streams that think I sound younger. And we do have people as well that think I sound older. I had somebody on my stream a couple of weeks ago that thought I sounded 40. So when you said then about I thought 16, I had people that there are people that generally think I'm. There are people that watch these streams that generally thought I was. There are people that watch these streams that generally thought I was there are generally people that watch these streams that generally thought I was 40. But I take that I sound I'll take that I sound I will take that. I'll take sounding a couple of years younger. Well, I'll take sounding 7... Well, technically I'm nearly 23, so... But thank you, I'll take that. Yeah, just out of thing, I was literally... But the things you say sound older than your voice. That's the thing, yeah, but it's because I'm in my 20s, you know, I can legally vote in an election. That's the thing, like, I sound my, I will sound my age, because I can, as I said, like, I can legally vote in an election. The things you say sound older than your voice, yeah, but then the things I say is normal, what normal people would say. So... I think before you joined the stream, I mentioned about when I started saying about the name calling thing. When I started saying about the name calling thing before you joined the stream, I did say when I started school in 2014, name calling, and we were told to not to ignore name. We were told to ignore name calling, as name calling is a. Because name calling back then was just name calling was the same as was the same sort of mentality. It was, you know. Name calling back then still had the same in 2014, which is over 11 years ago now. Still had the same mentality it had in that 1980s, 60s, or just 70s, 80s, and all those times before. Or just ignore it. It's just a name. But that's where my mentality comes from, though. It might be that I'm fairly short. I'm fairly short. Might be I'm fairly short, so I sound younger, but... Well, I'm not fairly short, but... This is going to be quite a while. This is going to be quite the job. Wow, this is going to be quite dodgy in a second. This is going to be a dodgy job. This is going to be a dodgy job as well, due to the fact that this is going to be a dodgy job as well. But yeah, thank you. Apparently I do sound younger. The youngest somebody's thought I was 14. The youngest someone thought I was like 14, which I could not believe that one. I thought they were being genuinely kind. Crazy. But then some people, how do you define though? Bollocks, I'm dead. I just survived. How did I survive that? Right, we're just going to pick up some of this stuff. I'm dead. I'm just going to let my health run back up. How can you define what age is though from their voice? Because some people's voices. So obviously, when I was like 15, my voice didn't change till I was like 15. So I get it all the time. I get it all the time. People telling me that I sound. But then that's what makes me feel uncomfortable about these streams. I find these streams a little nerve-wracking nowadays. But the reason I find them nerve-wracking is because whenever I start a stream, like, I have no idea how old you are, Gameplays, so I'm going to guess you're about 14, 15. Just at a guess. But that's something that I find quite... that's something I find quite a challenge now. Something that I find a big challenge now is that most people watching 23. Oh, so you're 23. Okay. Yeah, one thing I find as a challenge now is that most people watching my streams now are. So you're roughly. Were you 23 this year? Or last year? '24 in September. Oh, so you're a year. You're a year older than me. I'm 23 late. I'm 23 later this year. Yeah. Yeah. What I meant. Because obviously nowadays, I created this channel a long time ago. Your friend's asking what? Let's just break this. I want to, using this, I want to get to there. Yeah, what I mean, I find it a little nerve-wracking nowadays because most people that are watching my stream, most people that seem to come and watch my streams now are all. Most people that seem to come want to watch my streams now, they all seem to be 13, 14. And, you know, these people watching my streams now are all nearly a decade younger than me. So, of course, they'll say things on the stream that I don't understand. They say slang on streams that I physically don't understand because I'm not that age now. In fact, we had a 14-year-old on my stream the other day that called me short. We had a 14-year-old on my stream the other day that we are getting old. Yeah, I had a 14-year-old, so I make jokes about being short, but I'm not actually short, guys. I'm like 5'9", which I don't think is short. Some of you might disagree with me, but it's above average height for the world, as in the average height of the world's 5'7". 175, 175. That's 5'9". We've just fallen again. I'm just gonna go pick up all this stuff. So I've just fallen. That's 175. Yeah. So I had people in the stream calling me. We had a 14-year-old in my stream that called me short. I'm like, okay, like when they were born, I would have been. When they were born, I would have been 9. I'm like, what world do we live in now when, you know, 14-year-olds are calling me short? Yeah, 5'9" is bang on 175 centimeters. Can't spell. Hello, Meme Dude 2025. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so for example, yeah, we had a guy in the stream. We had a 14-year-old in the stream that called me short. Do I have kids? No, I don't have kids. I have to have a wife to have kids. I have to have a girlfriend, and I don't right now. Yeah, I don't have kids. Give me a second, guys. There we go. So, because there's a kid in... Oh yeah, that's not a kid. That's my sister. She's 20 years old. And OCD, anxiety, or autistic. Yeah, that's not a kid. That's literally my sister. She's 20 years old. She's 21, literally soon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have kids. That's just my sister being annoying because she can't do anything by herself. Like, she's never going to be able to work. She's never going to be able to do anything. She wouldn't eat food if we didn't tell her to eat food. She'd literally sit down playing video games. Like, she will literally sit down and play video games for the rest of her life. Like, that's how bad it is. I know, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Gameplays. We are getting old. Right, shove this shit in here, so we're completely getting rid of this mob trap. Because I have no... I'm sorry, I didn't know. No, it's fine. It's alright. I agree, though. We are getting old. Yeah, so what I said about the 14-year-old, everyone. So we had a 14-year-old in my stream. I think he's like 6'1" at 14 or something. He's like 185 centimeters. And he called me short. Yeah, and so I had a 14-year-old call me short. Which I find quite funny and weird. How did you know if you're short or not? I think you've missed, Ian. I think you've missed what I said, Ian Killer. No, I said we had a person in my stream because I've made jokes about being short before, but so somebody asked me how tall I was in the stream once, and I said, "Oh, I'm 5'9", which, because I am 5'9", everybody. That's so, which is, you know, that's average height. That's average height for the UK. If you're British, if any of you are British, that is average height. That's the average of what a British male is. But yeah, we had a guy in my stream that he's like 14 and 6'1", so he called me short, and I'm like, that's the first time I've ever been called short by someone that literally is 9 years younger than me. I wonder if that's the last time. I don't know. It's kind of funny though. But it's funny though, the average height goes up every 10 years. Average height goes up every 10 years. So, average height goes up every 10 years. So, what the average height for people my age was 10 years ago is lower than it is for people nowadays. So the average height of a British person. The average height of a British person 10 years ago. The average height of a British person born nowadays is 5'10". When I was younger, it was 5'9". So when you're looking at average heights, you don't go from what it is nowadays. You go from what it was when you were a kid. And when you were born. So the average height of a Britishman when I was born was... The average height of a Britishman when I was born was 5'9". 10 years later, it was 5'10". You know, in 10 years' time, the chances are it'll be 5'11". And then in 20 years' time, the chances are it might be 6 foot. Because it does rise. Like Winston Churchill, who was the British Prime Minister for 10 years. 8 years. Winston Churchill was the British Prime Minister from 1940 to 45, 51 to 55. He was 5'6", but the average height of a Britishman in 1874 was 5'6". There we go. So there we go. It's interesting, but you know, it goes up over time because of medicine, because of medics, everything. Such an interesting topic. It's a really interesting concept. Just how things change. Right, we're gonna go back up there then. So then the last little thing we'll have to do is take down this ladder. The last thing we have to do is, little thing we'll have to do is take down this ladder. As soon as we take down the ladder, then that's it. This mob spawner will be gone. I didn't get roasted by a teenager. I had a teenager in my stream who decided to call me short. That's true. Excuse my English. I'm not native. They found a stone 10,000 years old when human wrote down. The youth have no respect anymore. They're lazy, don't respect traditions. Fun fact. That's true. We're not that old, but you know that's true. Like I'm not going to the academy soon. Let it make it worse. What? I'm a bit confused. I'll make it even worse. You'll make the school even worse, or your voice even worse. The academy, so secondary school. Then you're going to secondary school. I mean, we're not even that old. No, you're what, a year older than I am. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. That's always how it changes. It's just how it changes, though. Gameplays. Well, no one feels comfortable going there, Ian Killer, but you've got to. You finish when you are a certain age. You finish primary school. You go to secondary school. That's how it works. Because you're not. I was about to say you're not a kid anymore, but technically you still are a kid till you're 18. You not feel comfortable with it, but you're not going to be comfortable with it until you go. No one's comfortable with a first day at a new school until they do it. How much do I miss going to the hospital? I can't even read or write. Yeah, but the thing is, though, schools can teach you to learn and write. I've got a friend. He couldn't read or write when he was 10, and now he couldn't read or write when he was 10. By 12, he could read, complex novels. But the reading or writing thing's quite concerning, though, when you said that. Because even if you're in the hospital, reading and writing, I would have thought reading and writing was a simple one to learn. Unless you're in hospital all the time, but then you can learn to read and write out of school as well, I would have thought. but I don't know. So we can shove all this in here. I stepped in for my bus. I'm a bit mad of that. I'm 11 to go even more something for you, but oh no, I can tell you're 11. I can tell you're 11 because you said you're starting the academy, which another secondary school is the name of the schooling system. In the UK, you do primary and secondary, so you do primary from 11 to 14. You do primary from 11 to 4. You do primary from 4 to 7, 4 to 11. You do secondary from 11 to 16. I don't know school chair. That is more because instead of reading, I've been on more hospital bed. I do. No, I get that. But you don't need school to learn how to read and write. That's when you said that, I thought, or even anybody can teach that. Unless dyslexia is involved, which obviously dyslexia makes it hard to read or write. Right, there we go. All done. It's gone. Oh. What are them 2 blocks? Give me a couple more of these, then I'm gonna hop back up there and knock those 2 blocks down. Yeah. But then spelling's not really an issue. I can't spell. I can't spell half the time. Spelling isn't really an issue because most people when spelling will get a similar word. They just can't get it. Well, you said it right. Hospital. Hospital. Hold on a minute. I'm going to put it in. Hos. Yeah, hospital. Honestly, as some advice, Ian Killer, if you see the words Barry, that'd be Barry. Yeah. Here's some advice for you. The word you're trying to say, copy it. The word you're trying to say, copy it, and then split the words. So it'd be like this. If you can't say the word, say it in, split it. So if you're trying to say Barry, it would be ba, and then re, and then put re next to it, and put a dash in the middle, and then get rid of that. So it would be ba, re, and then say it faster. Yeah, bar, and then basically, well, it'd be ba. It'd be less of a. It wouldn't be r. It wouldn't be bar. It would be ba. So ba. It'd be ba. And then the re would be next. Then the re. So it would be a bit more ba than re. But then take away the dash, and then it'd be Barry, like that. That's, you can't write it down, but then what you can do is just copy the words. So they do it in books. And film. If you look at Wikipedia, If you look at Wikipedia, they do it in that. They do how to pronounce. They do it little pronunciations. That's literally that's how you pronounce words. That's how you pronounce words. That's how you pronounce words. You say one bit, then the next bit, and because you're saying it fast, it's one fluent sentence. So, if it was, you know, Barry goes to the shops, it'd be this. Ba. It'd be that, but then if you say it fast, it would be Barry goes to the shops. It'd be like that. If you add those dashes to it, it'd be like that. But then if you say it fast, it would be Barry goes to the shops. You're going to a new every day. I don't know when you told me. It makes sense. So what do you mean by what that? Because I know you're using text to speech. Text to speech sometimes doesn't say it correctly. Let me tell you something. Never tell me write your homework. My handwriting is literally 0 out of 10. Well, so's literally that handwriting's not the issue. Do you know what they do in schools? Do you know what they do in secondary schools, Ian Killer? If your handwriting's that bad, they give you a laptop. They give you a laptop in class to type with. I never had that. But a lot of people that I knew and were friends with had them. A lot of people I knew who I was friends with would give laptops because, yeah. Yeah, they give them laptops sometimes. And then laptops, of course, with a laptop, they give them laptops to type with. That would be nightmare, like you have the laptop in your handwriting, exactly. But that's what they do. They don't. You don't have the laptop in your writing. They give you a laptop to type with because with a laptop, there's no handwriting involved then. There's no handwriting involved then because literally typing on a laptop gets rid of. I don't know if every school does that, but I think most schools do now. But why my writing is so terrible no one can read it? Yeah, but then with a type, if they hand you a laptop, then they aren't reading your handwriting. Because look, I'm using a laptop right now to stream. So hello, I'm gonna put hello. I'm gonna put hello into the stream. That's not my handwriting. The computer has typed it out for me. The computer's typed it out for me because I've typed the words hello in. Hello. But handwriting is not essential because you can type stuff now. I have a problem with my handwriting. My handwriting's really neat, but it's very small, and people struggle to. My handwriting's really neat my handwriting's quite neat for a male, but it's very small. Um, 5 people are watching. Right, I'm going to quickly do something fun. I'm just going to quickly change what Nightbot's putting on this stream because I want to change something. People asked me if my novel was out yesterday, but my novel came out over a month ago, so I better quickly change that Nightbot text. If you guys don't know, I do write novels, and I do write novels. I'm an author as well as filming for this content. There we go, perfect. Yeah. Right. Who's our top commenters of this month? Rafsa9 285, Pixel King DX 190, The Jokesisty 149, Dark Shadow 147, Swiss Rex 138, Axolotl Business 119, Igato Bola 69 119, Glowbeans 81, Ian Killer 78, To Infinity 73, Tyrese Horse 73, Burger Potato 64, Just Some Random Person 64, Athletic Dubai, BCN Dubai 60, Skate Punk 57, Jackson the Boss 53, Deceptive 51, Assassin Gaming 48, Nightbot 48, Redx 101 46, Calamity Catman Joe's 45, Calamity of Joe 43, Jaspy 39, Winnie Bang 29, Deceptive Small Cock 29, and that's the bottom of the page. So yeah, I just wanted to that's our comments. That's our top commenters at this present moment. I'm just going to quickly change something. For September, no, that's just for the last week. Nightbot never does that. It does it in week average. So basically, those were our top commenters for just the last week. Those were our comments to that. Famous by YouTube Sports, go on for YouTube. Go on to YouTube. Famous by YouTube Shorts, go on to YouTube. Do you for a living? Well, YouTube Shorts. I did a YouTube short last night, but I'd stopped doing shorts because none of my shorts were actually doing anything. I would upload a shorts to promote a book. So basically, I'm a novel writer, guys. I've been writing novels since I've been writing short stories for as long as I can remember. And I wrote one recently called The Doll Maker, which has entered into a competition, and I'm probably not going to win. Because I've never won anything in my life. Because I have never ever won anything in my life. Because I've absolutely never won anything in my life, so the chances of me winning this horror competition are very, 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 very slim. But like none at all. We had someone read 3 pages on the 19th of August, but I've got no faith in us doing anything, being able to do anything with this competition. But I'm just glad that I'm just glad that I entered something. So No, but I'm saying about an actual thing though, Ian Killer. I'm sure you have talent. It's not that I feel bad about my talent. I just said that I'm neither. I think to win this competition, you had to make quite a few sales. No, but what I meant, what I was saying, Ian Killer, is Battle Royale. I know you're talking about Fortnite with Battle Royale, but Battle Royale is a video game. I'm talking about a genuine competition where there's actual competitors involved. I'm talking about a genuine competition, which it was a novel writing competition, so it was about who could write the best book. It's not that I don't value my work, gameplays. I think you had to be more professional to win this competition. I mean, the competition is still on. It's still on. The entry is finished a couple of days ago. Yeah, but what I was referring to, Ian Killer, I was referring to like my novel, right? I was referring to like genuine competitions where you've got where the prize is like 20, 30 grand and things like that. He was so good at writing a book, and you can't even beat him. But it's like, hand real quick. Well, I'm just saying, it never give up. Yeah, I'm never giving up. Well, I want to enter next year's as well, so they always do it similar times. So I'm going to plan a novel for next year. I'm going to plan something for next year now. Can you shut up my stream, please? I don't get what you're on about, I'm afraid. What was I going to say, guys? I was going to say something then. Yeah. Well, I've got an idea. Yeah. What I mean gameplays is that to do well in this competition, you had to build up more sales. I think you had to obviously build up quite a few sales. I didn't make a sale on my book. I didn't make a single sale. So I think that plays into it. I think how many sales you make on the book plays into the competition. And what's my book about? It's about a man it's about a serial killer that it's about a serial killer in match. Should I just read the book description to you guys? It's about reaching people. Yes, I'm not saying that my work's terrible. I'm saying I was never going to shit the bed. I just clicked Nightbot instead of what I wanted. Should I just read the book description to you guys? Right, that. Oh shit! Sorry, I made a mistake. I clicked the wrong link. Right, go to site. Yes, because I know what the link is. In the shadowed alleys of Manchester, a haunting mystery unfolds when Detective Nicholas Kane is called to investigate a series of chilling murders and eerie disappearances. He quickly realizes that this case is unlike anything he has ever faced. As he delves deeper into the lives of the victims, he uncovers a sinister connection, a twisted artist known only as a doll maker, whose creations seem to bear an uncanny resemblance to those lost. With each clue that emerges comes a new horrifying revelation. As the clock ticks down and the body count continues to rise, he finds himself entangled in a cat and mouse game with a killer who views life as a canvas, moulded it according to his dark whims and his own sadistic pleasure. Can Kane unravel the tales before more lives are claimed, or will he become another become the next piece in a grotesque gallery? But why do I care? I now have purpose. I now have reason. I'm going to rid them all, starting with Mother, the doll maker. It's a horror. It's a horror. From open, I create engaging prompt from marble that involves coming create. Yeah, and Eurovision. So yeah, the story's about the book The Doll Maker, which the link is in the live chat under Nightbot's comment. It's about a serial killer that makes human dolls from his victims, and it's about a detective trying to track down who he is. Yeah, I don't understand how people don't read novels and books, to be honest. I do. I have a lot of history. I have a lot of history books, though. I will admit. I think reading is really important. I used to think it wasn't, but I'm like, it is. The more you read, the more words you learn. It's an interesting thing. Hello, Joe. I decided to pop in. Hello, chat. Bye, Joe and chat. Bloody hell. I've never seen someone created loosely on... '92 blockbuster. Steven Spielberg. What film did he do in 1982? I wasn't aware he did one in 82. Are you talking about E.T.? Oh, political. So do I. I will admit. Oh, you heard that. Are you talking about E.T., Ian Killer? E.T. is the only film that Steven Spielberg brought out in '82. E.T. is not based on a novel. E.T. Well, I am making a book. I am writing a book at the moment, guys, but I am writing a book at the moment, guys. I'm writing Dawn of the Planets 1's War. Would you guys like to know a sneak peek? I read more about political, economic, history. So do I. History is important. Politics is important. And economic I don't really pay attention to, but politics and history I do. Should I read something from a novel I wrote? I put a sneak peek. I put a sneak peek in my Discord server last night for a novel that I'm working on. Should I read it out? I'm going to read it anyway. It doesn't exist. Not on paper. Not anywhere. Chapter 11. Unofficial Secrets. That's the only thing that's just a screenshot I took. The last line of chapter 10 is, it doesn't exist. Not on paper. Not anywhere. And then the first line of chapter 11 is chapter 11. Unofficial Secrets. So I can reveal a little bit about that. In this chapter, I can reveal a little bit about this chapter for my book that comes out next year, Dawn of Planets 1's War. The main character, Agent 1, does things off the record quite a bit. In this chapter, he does things off the record. He does a lot of shit off the record. So he doesn't tell the government what he's doing. He doesn't tell the government what he's doing. He doesn't tell like the head of state what he's doing. He's pretty much doing stuff off the records. To try and save lives, he's doing a lot of shit off the records. He does a lot of shit off the records in the name of saving lives, which but it's one of those which I quite like the concept of. He's doing a lot of stuff off the records to save lives, but if it comes out what he's done, then he's going to cause a war. Then he'll cause a war. It's one of those. For this chapter that I'm working on, if it comes out what the main character's done off the records, the head of state will be out. He'll be ousted as the head of the army. The head of state will be ousted as head of state. They'll cause a war. It'll cause a war with a foreign power. It'll cause a war with a foreign power because he's basically he's basically violated international, interplanetary, intergalactic, and international law. I quite like the idea of it though, because the main character believes that in the name of for the greater good, you should stand your ground, and he absolutely violates the laws. He breaks so many laws in this chapter. He conducts secret interviews and secret meetings in the middle of the woods so no one can track him. Interesting. It's such a fun story to write. We've got, how many people have subscribed today? 6,778 people have watched this stream. Jesus. No, 6,778 people have are now subscribed, which is amazing. We're 22 away from hitting. Yeah. 320 of you have watched this stream, which is incredible. We're aiming to see if we can hit. I want to hit 20,000. I want to hit 30,000 views this month, and I think we're gonna do it, guys, because we got 4,000 in 3 days. We've got almost 4,000 in 3 days, so that's absolutely mental. I want to plan a book for next year's competition. I want to write something interesting. I want to actually. Ooh, I think I got an idea for a horror story. You are in hype. Where is your YouTube channel name? Where is my YouTube channel? At the top of the screen. You are hype. What do you mean by that? Gameplays. I'm a bit confused. Ooh, I just thought of a really dark idea for a horror story, guys. I just thought of a way to... I have just thought of a way to combine both my two loves. I've just found a way to connect both. I mean, your views are good for the scale of your channel. Yeah. You're popping up, kind of. Is your book not my book, but my God? Yeah, well, is your book not my book, but my God, more dear? Yeah, well, my book's already published, but I've just had an idea, guys. What I mean, yeah, gameplays. What I mean is, roughly 300 views on a stream is fine. So roughly, I get between 300 to 1,000 views a stream. So I roughly get 20 to 30,000 views a month, bar June where we got 60,000, which was just a bit of a crazy period. But yeah, it's not. Listen to my idea, but your new horror book. But I can't put it in my horror book because I've already published my horror book. But I've just had an idea for a horror story, which I'm going to combine my two favorite things. Filmmaking and novel writing. Just had an idea. Imagine monsters escaping through old film tape. Imagine monsters escaping through old film tape. So you've got all these monsters and all these things captured on camera from 100 years ago, and they all escape at the film tape. But that's kind of generic horror, though, to be honest, Ian Killer. That's kind of generic horror. I kind of like the idea of, you know, you do absolute horror. It could be anything. Like, it could be circus clowns. It could be circus clowns escaping from the screen. It could be anything. You know, it could be killer circus clowns escaping from film tapes. It could be anything. It could be, you know, it could be a fucking, you know, I don't know, killing circus. It could be something like a killing circus. You know, could be something like a killing circus. They you know, captured on tape, waited 100 years to be released. And, you know, a couple of children accidentally do it sneaking into the old abandoned cinema. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea, Oscar PS3 Than. I have no idea. I'm stealing half of your ideas in some ways. But it was an old circus. Well, it would be if it was an old circus, it'd be 100 years old. I don't know. I might not even do that idea, but I might not even do that idea, but I've just had an idea. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to write that down, and that'll be my that'll be my entry for next year's competition. Novel writing competition. I don't know. You give me Brian Griffin vibes. Who's Brian Griffin? Oh, is that the guy from is that the guy from Family Guy? Oh no, it's a dog. I thought you... That's the dog, isn't it? Well, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I just thought, basically, the cinema idea, the old cinema tape idea, was something that I had when I planned the doll maker. But I opted to do the doll maker over that. Yes, he's an author. Oh, really? I was thinking of the guy from Family Guy. I was thinking of the dog from Family Guy. But yeah, I am an author, guys. Yeah, it's a dog. I am an author. Yes, and I have wrote some books. I've wrote 4. Hold on, I wrote Archipelago. Archipelago's about a group of people abandoned on an island, on a desert island, and they don't know who they are, or how they got there. They can't remember their own names. They don't know who they are, how they got there, and they've got to try and make up their differences, stop complaining to each other, and they've sort of got to get on with it, because there's a chance they could die. So they've got to band together to survive. Which is, you know, that's a very scary old thought. You're in the middle, and you're abandoned in the middle of nowhere, and you've got to make up and survive. I mean, the dog is an author. I thought you were talking about the fat one from who's the dad? What's the dad's name? What's the dad's name? I don't know what his name is. Peter. I thought you were calling me Peter Griffin because he's fat, but that's just me making another fat joke about myself. Yeah, that's probably close to me because I'm fat. But I'm not that fat, guys. I'm just making that joke. Oh. Bloody hell. Oh, just burped, sorry. Right, there we go. So, what have we got in here? Itchy nose. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. But the doll maker came from an idea that I had for a short film, but I didn't have the chat. I opted to pick a different thing. Yeah, it is. It is the most British thing to say. Like, bloody hell's a swear word in other places, but in the UK it's just normal language. If you're shocked, bloody hell. nothing left. Pirates. Harry Potter uses it a bit as well. Bloody hell. Did you guys ever see that in America? Why are you bloody? No, it's not. Why are you bloody? Bloody hell's just a word to experience shock. So like so in the UK, for example, in parts that they say in parts of the Caribbean, bloody hell, after they see about the Dutchman has destroyed a load of ships, and the Cutler Beckett says the words of bloody hell, there's nothing left. Right, so first of all, we're going to go to the Spider Eyes chest because I've got another 17 for this, so we've now got 30 Spider Eyes. Well, we got more. We have got more actually, but you know. So slime. Need to take these out. I don't want to have my shovel in there, please. There we go. So, rotten flesh. Yeah, but I've had the Minecraft world since I was 14. I've had the Minecraft world since I was 14, so an app called Epic on my school. Read it. You listen to the book. You read it. You read a book, or you listen to the book. Yeah, you're talking about an audio book. That's what they're called. Audiobooks. A decade. Yeah, 9 years. Because I am 23 in 3 months. I'm 23 in 3 months. So in 3 months I'm 23, so I've been playing on this world for 9 years. I've been playing on the world since I was 14. The Titanic, yeah, but Titanic was a ship that sunk. Titanic was a ship that sunk in April 1912. It hit an iceberg, and because it hit the bulkheads, it pierced a couple of spots across the ship, which resulted in five of its watertight compartments. Did you know Archer 8 people died for building the Titanic? Yeah, people did, because you got to think though, Ian Killer, it was 1912. 1912, they didn't have mechanical cranes and things like that. Mechanical cranes people actually had to lift them down with rope. People had to, rope them up. People actually had to have it rope on it. The pulley systems meant that a couple of people had to pull the rope down for something to be lifted, and then they had to twist it. But as well, the Titanic could stay afloat with its first watertight compartments breached, but the Titanic had water in 5, which meant there was nothing they could have done. Heavy pull. But yeah, the Titanic, what happened with the Titanic was the Titanic was a very heavy ship. If the Titanic had hit the iceberg head on, there's a chance it could have limboed on. But it happened to be, it scraped just below the bulkheads. It scraped just above the bulkheads. Titanic would have been unsinkable if Thomas Andrews, who designed it, had got his way. Thomas Andrews, who designed it, wanted to have the bulkheads all the way up. If the bulkheads had gone all the way up, Titanic would have been unsinkable. if the Titanic, if he'd have got his way, the Titanic would have been unsinkable. But the bulkheads only went up to just above the waterline, and it happened to be it scraped it on the waterline. But the Titanic bosses said, nope, no, scrap that stupid idea. The Titanic's saying that I can't do nothing, nobody blow up like that little part. Yeah, but they didn't know that. They didn't know that. Titanic sunk from a couple of things. Titanic sunk from, they replaced some of the staff. Titanic changed from the Titanic changed staff. So First Officer Murdoch should have been here it is. So Titanic, basically this is it, right? Captain So, First Officer Murdoch was meant to be Chief Officer. Second Officer Lightoller, Charles Lightoller, was meant to be First Officer. And then, but it ended up, it all got moved forward. So the guy that should have been Fourth Officer. You're a nice guy. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. The guy that should have been fourth officer was never brought on the ship, and he had the keys to the binoculars. Thank you, that's really kind of you, Gameplays. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, the guy that was, what was I thinking about? Yeah, the guy that was should have been fourth officer had the keys to the lighthouse, to the lights, had the keys to the binoculars, and to the cabinet with the binoculars, and he was replaced the day before, so he forgot to hand the key over, so they didn't have binoculars on the Titanic. Captain Smith was also sailing too fast. He was also going too fast. He was going at something like 25 knots or something like that, which back in the day that was the fastest ship ever. And of course, the historic thing of that was they were warned there could be ice in the area by another boat, and they ignored it because it came through loud. The sequence come through loud. So the guy on the Titanic in the radio room said. The guy on the Titanic in the radio room said something, "Go to bed, you old bastard," or something like that. And of course, the guy went to bed. And there was a ship called the California, If California hadn't told the people in if they hadn't told the radio guy in California to go to sleep, more people could have been saved, because the California had stopped because of ice and tried to alert Titanic, because they knew Titanic was in the similar area. Titanic was like 12 miles east, and they could see the lights of Titanic. But Titanic was going so fast that California never got the signal. And it ended up Carpathia did obviously accept their distress call, but Carpathia was over 4 hours away. So by the time Carpathia turned up, the Titanic had already sunk, and it resulted in out of 3,000 people, they only pulled 700 onto the Carpathia. Only 700 had survived the freezing cold. Um, rather incredibly, one of the, cause obviously when you're really cold in cold water, you're gonna squeal because how cold it is. There was a guy, the ship's the head chef of the Titanic survived the freezing cold longer than everyone else. People had died. People had went in the water after him, and had died before him. He survived because he was heavily intoxicated. So, because he was heavily intoxicated, he was calm. He survived the Titanic sinking in the cold water for being in there for over 3-4 hours, because in the cold water for 3-4 hours because he was absolutely intoxicated. Which, fair enough, incredible history. Like, you've got to say, wow. The fact that this man survived the Titanic just because he was, just because he was intoxicated, which, incredible. Well, he drank anything. So, one of the scariest things about Titanic though was the people in the electric part. Keep the breakers in. Those people kept the lights on for people as long as possible, because obviously, if you're in the middle of the ocean at night, it's just black. You can't see anything. If you're on a ship in the middle of the ocean. If you're on a ship in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, literally, it's pitch black. You cannot see anything. And they said the Titanic, they kept the lights on as long as they could. The only thing that turned the lights off was the fact that the ship started to break. People were keeping them in. Use bedroom PC. Yes, this is an Elgato capture card, but it's an Elgato capture card that I bought in like 2018. So I've had this capture card for, it'll be 8 years in January since I've had it. I record. This is Nintendo Switch edition, so the Elgato is wired into the Switch. There's a HDMI wire into the Switch dock, into the Elgato. On the one side, one HDMI port goes to my TV, and then the USB goes from the capture card to my laptop. Amazing. What did it cost? It cost £135. I can't tell you how, that was in 2018. I can't tell you how much they cost now. And I have to admit though, the one I bought was old. Like the version that I use. The version that I use is the HD60, which they don't even support the HD60 anymore. Yeah, it cost £135, which... Should I see what it is now? Because of inflation, I can check. No. So it would now cost £135 in 2017. 135 British pounds now is £177. So if I had if I left £135 in my bank account, it would now be worth 177. We are almost at 30 XP levels. Yeah, the Elgato, I've got to be honest though, the Elgato was literally probably one of the best things I've ever bought, because a lot of people started watching my YouTube content afterwards, because in 2017 I got 3,000 views across the whole year. Deflated. No. The UK, what I bought my Elgato for now, so I bought the Elgato for £135 in 2018. £135 in 2018 is now worth 177. So I said, if I'd have left that £135 in the bank, would I now? I said if the Elgato cost £135 and £135 because of inflation is now what it would cost then, it would now cost 170. No, my money's not inflated. I just said if I'd left that money in the bank, would it be worth more now then? Because I don't understand inflation, things like that. That's the stuff I don't understand. I'm like, well, why? I don't understand stuff like that. So personally, I'm always sat there like, if a price is, I'm always there like, if the price was £10 10 years ago, why is it not £10 now? That's the thing though, only the costs rise, and I don't understand why the costs rise. I'm like, I never understood it. But I sort of worked out why it is as well. Literally, all these politicians now are like, oh, tax the businesses. If you tax the businesses, all they do is up the costs. So who fronts that bill? The customer. Too many. That's the problem. The problem with these creepers. There we go. Let's just go and I gotta go and repair that now, haven't I? My TV's about to go off. Where's the remote? Oh, it's just behind me. Oh, this TV remote's doing my head in. I've got two, and one of them just doesn't work. It does work, but then it takes too long to do anything. I literally sat there pressing the button for a couple of minutes, hoping I study economics. Cool. I studied film. It's a bit different. But yeah, I've never understood why the costs rise. I mean, I understand obviously people have to get paid, and I understand the prices go up because of certain things like, wars and things like that. But I'm like, it's always the same. They go up, but the prices go up, but nothing ever goes up with it. So, what was I going to say then? I was thinking of something. So, the thing with economics, guys, never understood this one. Literally, you want people to go out and spend money and to help improve the economy. But then you up all the prices and price people out of buying stuff. Why don't they slash the prices, take all the taxes off the businessmen, and then they go and do thing? Why don't they scrap mortgage? Look, everyone in the UK, everyone ever, you scrap. If you've bought, for example, if you own a house, if you buy a house, when you go to the bank for like a try knob cheese Joe, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the thing though, the prices rise. The prices always rise, but there's something I don't understand about that. One thing I've noticed, it's hard to describe in English though. Yeah, but no one actually understands the economy. It works. But the weird thing for me, gameplays, what a lot of companies do in the UK now is they up the price, but then they lower the quality of the product. So 10 years ago, a pack of 50 pence would buy me a packet of biscuits with, 24 biscuits in a pack. Now they cost £1.20. Now they cost like £1.50, and there's only 12 in a pack. They've upped the price nearly £1. They've upped the price nearly £1. They've upped the price almost a whole pound. That's true, but I don't understand. I've never understood how it rises. There's clearly someone in there doing something they shouldn't be. If it costs something to make 10 years ago, I don't get how the cost of the product rises. That's the thing I don't understand. Because if it costs something sometime, it should cost exactly the same, because they're not doing anything differently. But the mortgage thing, they want people to spend money, so why don't they go in with mortgage, for example? When you're with mortgage, for example, when you buy a house, you go to the bank, you get a loan, you've got to pay that back 3 times over. If you want to improve the economy and make people want to improve the economy, why don't you scrap it and make it so they have to pay it back 1.5 times? So they pay it back, they pay exactly the same thing back. So say you buy the house for 150 grand. For 150, say you buy the house for 150 grand. If you buy 150 grand, if you loan that's what I'm saying, £150,000, for example, instead of having it paying 3 times back over, so £150,000, that's 650,000 you're paying back. Make it so that you only have to pay back 50 grand, and then that's another. You only have to pay an extra 50 grand, so you have to pay 200,000 back. That's £450,000 that people have, and that's X amount. That's £450,000 over the next 25 years that people won't have to. That's £450,000 over the next 25 years that people will have more in their pocket. People will be outspending more. People will be outspending more because there's more money in their pocket. It's not going off to the bank. It's not going off to the bank so they can their billionaires can line their pockets. Also, you lower the wages as well. You've got people in the UK on ridiculous money, like football players. You lower the football players' wages. You put a cap on it. Football players. As much as I love football, guys, and I'm an absolute huge Everton fan, I don't agree. I don't think a football player, should be on anything over £100,000 a week. Literally, Ronaldo's on something like £1 million a week, a day or something. Ronaldo earns reportedly £3 to £4 million a week. He's got there was a point, and I googled it. Here it is. Sky broke it down for us. Sky broke it down. Sky broke it down, guys. This is what. Sky broke it down. Here we go. Ronaldo earns £3.2 million a week. He earns £469,000 a day. He earns £19,000 an hour. He earns £325 per minute, and he earns £5 per second. We're talking about billions. Yeah, it doesn't. But you can't. They said the problem nowadays is you know, you've got. Well, I remember reading it. There was a guy in my uni class. There was a guy in my college class. He was studying film, but he wanted to be a banker. Yeah, but I said he doesn't deserve that much, really. That's the truth. Hello, Barracuda. Welcome to the stream. But football players don't deserve to be on anything above £100,000 a week. You can't pay people £1 million a week and then have homeless people struggling to buy food. That's unethical, really. But the thing that always makes me laugh, though, is there was a guy in my uni college class. He wanted to be a banker, and his comment was what was it? 80% of the world's economy is 80% of the world's wealth is owned by 1% of the population. For now. There was a guy in my college class, though. He wanted to be a I'm all about communism at this point. Communism's an interesting one. Communism works on paper, works as an idea, but doesn't work as a practice. Because you can't have the business owner and the worker as equals. Because the business owner will always want more. And he gets more than that a day. He gets almost 500 grand a day. There wasn't communism yet. Well, there was communism. No, China's communist. China's communist. China's communist. Cuba. Soviet Union was communist from 1917 to 1991. Communism works as an idea, but it doesn't work as a practice. It's a brilliant idea if it works, but no one could ever get it to work. They call themselves... But yeah, that's the thing though. But what can you call communism? Because everyone's different. Communism is what you would call Marxism. The Soviet Union was called... The Soviet Union called itself Marxist-Leninist. So it's an interesting concept. China's communism, but they've brought in parts of capitalism. So China's sort of like a hybrid. China is the only communist power that's really sort of worked. It's interesting. You Romanian then, Barracuda? Because I know, China's like hybrid. Yeah, China's like hybrid. It's every business is owned by a certain amount by the government. Yeah, him and his family. I think it was his wife, wasn't it? I don't know though, because imperialism. Do you mean capitalism? Because imperialism's more I would say imperialism's more of expansionist. Yeah, capitalism. Yeah, imperialism's more of an expansionist thing. So if you're imperialistic, it's more about expanding. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say imperialism's much more about expansionist powers. Yeah. It's an interesting though, because most countries are capitalist. Most countries are capitalist nations where, you know, you have the hierarchy, you have like the businessman. But the thing is, though, with that as well, it is interesting. Well, they're all, every country's ever really been, every country's capitalist, really. China is not really capitalist, as in it is ruled by, it is communist to the most imperialist nation is obviously America. America is the biggest capitalist nation. Used to be Britain, then it was America. Actually, you could argue that everyone's communist as well. You could argue that everyone's communist because every country has normal people that are wealthy. You know, businessmen come out of nothing and become wealthy. Back 100 years ago, that wouldn't have happened because they wouldn't have been allowed to own stuff. But 1,000 years ago, all the wealth was owned by one person, the king. And his family. So every country has some sort of communism where, you know, local working class people can rise to something. It is interesting. Yeah. But that is what fucked the Soviet Union over, though. The Soviet Union basically bankrupted themselves trying to overdo production to challenge the United States. Great history. I loved learning about it in school. Equalism's an interesting one. But I don't think the worker can ever be equal with the owner as in terms of wealth. As in, you have rights. Like, equal rights is 100% a thing. But in terms of the pay, like, the businessman will always want a certain degree more because he's the businessman. It's his name on the brand. They're not paying for the worker. They're paying for the brand. The problem is, though, as well, brands can charge more. So one of my favourite... There's a guy in my college class said that as well. A guy in my college class said that. His thing was, he believed that 1 billion was fine. But his thing was, he believed that if you were worth 100 billion, you should have to give a lot... yeah. The thing is, as well, this guy in my college class had a really interesting point. He thought billions was fine, unless if you were worth more than 100 billion. He thought that if you were worth more than 100 billion, he thought those types of people should have to give up bits of it to charity, and you know, paying their fair share is one of them. Like, businessmen should pay their taxes. Like Jeff Bezos not paying his taxes. Is the novel in a digital format? Yes, it is. You can buy it on your laptop as an ebook. You can buy it on your laptop as an ebook. So yeah, it's in digital and physical formats. You can buy it in both. You can buy it in physical and digital. Basically, if you buy it as an ebook on your laptop, it automatically downloads onto your laptop or your phone. If you have a phone, if you have a phone, an iPad, or anything like that, you can do it. You can buy it as a physical or a digital. You can even buy it on a Kindle. You can buy it on a Kindle, on a phone, anything. Basically, anything you can access Google on, Barracuda, you can buy it on. No, pretty much you name it, you can buy it on there, really. Yeah, well, Samsung, the 2017 Samsung, yeah, well, it had Google because Google's existed since the 1980s, since the 1960s. Barely works on Google. Yeah, but it'll still work though. You can still access. You can still access Amazon on there. So yeah, it might be slow, but you can still access it. And plus, the download is not that a lot. The actual book itself, the download is only 2.3 megabytes, so it does it in seconds. Because the book is only 2.3 megabytes. Maybe it's about in the future. No, it's alright. It's a horror story that we've wrote. It's aimed at 18 rated because it's a horror story. I had to. I think it's the most harrowing horror story I've ever seen. I think it's one of the most harrowing horror stories that anyone will ever read. So I think I legally had to put it at 18 rated. I think legally I had to put it at 18 rated just because of sort of what happens in the story. Well, yeah, no, it's 18 rated because it's not. It's the reason it says 18 rated is because it's aimed at 18-year-olds. I was gonna try and make it 15, but I didn't know what would. I didn't know whether it would pass as a 15 rated story. So there we go. Yeah, Mike died. Yeah, I had to turn it off. If it has no, you can set it 17. No, Amazon you can't. Amazon you can set it as 18. What if there's no porn? Yeah, there's a rape scene. So yeah, that's why it's 18. Why am I allowed to watch it? I'm allowed to watch it because I'm nearly 18. You're 11. You just said you're 11. Ian Killer. You just said you're nearly. There we go. Sorry. You can't. You don't. Can't. No. No. You can say it. It's literally that's bullshit. Reported. Lol. Kidding. No. You can't report people for saying that. You can't get reported for saying words like that because that's only on things like YouTube Kids. You can say whatever you want. Like you can say whatever you want on YouTube because if it has context. Yeah, might be 11, but next year in 2026 I will be 12. I will be in 12. Yeah, but you said you could nearly buy it. Well, you can't. 18 rate. If you're 11, you're not 18 till you won't be 18 till 2031. So even if you're 12, you shouldn't technically be on YouTube actually, because that's still under YouTube's legal requirements. But everyone ignores it nowadays, apparently. But yeah, the doll maker is aimed at 18 because the serial killer does rape somebody in the story. And yeah, that will not get me copyrighted strikes because I mentioned it was a horror story that's 18 rated. Yeah, that's to encourage children not to read what they shouldn't. Eat knob cheese. Why would you want to eat that? I can think of much tastier cheeses. Maybe, I don't know, Red Leicester? Cheddar? You don't want to know what... You don't know what knob cheese is. And you're 15. Oh god. Yeah, you don't know... It's when you don't pull your foreskin back and clean it. Yeah. Which is why it's called knob cheese, because it's cheese on your knob. Yes, that's why it's called knob cheese, because it's cheese on your knob. Your knob is another word for your dick. So that's basically why you call someone a pain in the knob. Pain in the arse, pain in the knob. My friend in my uni course once messaged me because I messaged a friend of mine that the road was closed, and he messaged me back because he hadn't left the college at that point. He messaged me back, that's a pain in the dick. Which that's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that before. Pain in the knob I've heard of. Pain in the dick, no. I've heard of that one. I do know what that is, so I'm not going to read that one out. But what was I going to say? I was going to say something. So yeah, the reason the book's 18 rated is because the serial killer does do other things. Like, it's a genuine story about a serial killer who makes human dolls. So of course, most serial killers do play with the victim's dead body. Most serial killers that you've ever heard of do shit with the body. Wait, you know Romanian? Well, I don't know Romanian. But we had a Romanian person in my... friend's Discord server, and she used to tell us about how Romania was like. She basically hated her own country. And she was a bit annoying as well. She basically, there was a girl who was in my friend's Discord server. She was Romanian, but she basically was... she was basically like... She didn't hate Romania. She hated its government and things like that. But and she hated a certain type of traveller people as well. She hated them. And she kept claiming about it or something like that. And so this girl, she was a bit of a whore though. Like, she basically tried to flirt with everyone in there because she was basically hoping. Yeah, she was basically trying to flirt. She was basically trying to flirt with everyone in there. She tried to flirt with me, and obviously I rejected her because she tried to flirt with me, and like she didn't get anywhere because, yeah, those types of people. I thought it'd be wrong to like name drop them, but yeah, she hated those types of people because she thought that they were convicts and criminals. And then, but this girl, she was really odd. She basically was anti-vax. She was anti-vax. She was absolutely anti-vax, and well, this girl was fat as well. So my friend called her the lamb whale, because she, honestly, would you guys like to know this really funny story? They're not bad people. No, well, not everyone's a bad person. Not everyone's a bad person, but of course some people some people give people a bad rep, which is just sad, really. So do you guys want to know this story? So there was this girl that I've just mentioned from Romania. She was big. She was like 5'4". She was like 5'4". That's not tall. What do I think about the IRA? I don't know, because the IRA, I don't really have an opinion on them, to be honest, because they haven't caused an issue in my lifetime, so I don't know what most of it was about. So this Romanian girl, she was basically, you know, fat. She was 5'4", and she was like 92 kg or something like that. So she was insecure about being fat as well. But then she joins my friend's Discord server, and then she mocks me for being fat, because I find it hilarious, guys. She was 92 kg. 92. I'm 5'4". Yeah, it depends on your height though as well, Barracuda. It depends on your height. So she mocked me for being fat, despite the fact. Do you know what the funny thing is? Who ate all the pies? Yeah, she mocked me for being fat, despite the fact she was only a couple of kg lighter than I was. Yeah, literally, this girl, she literally, at the time I was about 98. At the time I was about 98 kg. So that's, I was about 100 not to 98 kg. So 100 kg is 220 pounds. 100 kg is literally 220 pounds. So I was roughly, you know, between 220 and 215 pounds at the time. That's average. It isn't normal. It isn't normal. It isn't normal. Not 100 kg. 100 kg isn't normal. It isn't average. The average. Do I play Jerkmate? No. The average. I think the average Barracuda in most places is about 85 to 90. The average in most places is about 85 to 90. So I've just lost the internet. Hold on, the internet's just disconnected on my laptop. So yeah, it's 67. Was 67. What? Oh god! Oh, that's a pain in the fucking. Oh. If I would have killed that. I would have killed that creeper. But the problem that we had then was that the skeleton hit me as I was Isak. I'm a bit thing with that. I think Isak has set a dangerous trend here. I'm a bit thing with that though. I think Isak has no, but I mean what I mean Barracuda is that if most I'm gonna have to go because I'm gonna have to repair that later. Yeah, what I mean is basically the average weight of a Britishman is 85 kg. Yeah, but that was unfortunate. He was told though, Oscar Piastri fan. Yeah, Gahey was told he could leave if they got a replacement in, but then the replacement changed his mind or something like that. The replacement they were going for changed his mind, and they had to convince. They had to say to Gahey, like, I'm like, sorry. It's really sad for him, but Mark Gahey is a very much Mark Gahey is a very good, he's a very honest football player. In that regard, like Mark Gahey wouldn't complain. He has not complained. Like, he has been, fair play to him. He's been absolutely like phenomenal in how he's reacted though. He's been absolutely phenomenal how he's handled that situation. But he's been phenomenal in how he handled that situation as well. He broke down into tears to the news. Yeah, but he's handled that incredibly. He's going to be upset 100%, but he's not going to be one of those players. He's not going to be one of those players that's going to kick a fuss about it. And plus, that's what I mean by the way. Yeah. But what I mean about the Isak situation, that sets a dangerous trend now. If you don't get your if you don't get your way, you can just refuse to train, which they had to sell him. He made it so they had to sell him because he basically had pissed everyone off. But with the thing though as well, did you hear about that Oscar PS3 enthusiast? It actually emerged that he didn't have permit, that he was never gave. It emerged a couple of days ago that he was never gave a promise that he could leave in the summer, and that came out of nowhere. I like Isak, but I think that I think if that's true, if that's 100% true, and he was and he wasn't told he could go. Yeah, it come out. Eddie Howe admitted in a statement that Alexander Isak was not told that he could leave in the summer. And I saw a couple of Liverpool fans a few days ago complaining about it, complaining about Newcastle. But at the end of the day, Isak had signed a contract, was contracted to a football club for another. He signed a contract extension. To us, I don't know how I'm even subbed. Perhaps you subscribed a long time ago and forgot. I've had people do that. I'm gonna go, yeah. Ravioli War. Never seen you before. You might have subscribed through a channel. One of my friends' YouTube channel once promoted me. My friend had a channel called Inception, and he promoted my channel on it. You might have subscribed to me through that. Unless you subscribe through like a YouTube short or something. Because some people subscribe through YouTube shorts and stuff like that. But, welcome. I've got to go. Goodbye. I might do that in the future. Some of them are item frames. Hello LCO6, welcome to the stream. Oscar PS3. Goodbye, Oscar PS3 enthusiast. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. But yeah, the Isak thing is just a genuine bad situation for both of them. If you're contracted to a club, you can't just refuse to play for them again. Which... I remember, cool. Yeah, I started a World of Minecraft in dev. Cool. Yeah, so going back onto the story about the girl, because I got distracted by the Isak comment. Yeah, the girl on my Discord server, she was 92 kg, 5'4", and had the cheek to call me fat when I was 5 inches taller than her, and I only weighed about between 6 and 8 kg more than her. I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious. Like, my friend keeps calling her the lamb whale. My friend did an image of her and it called her the lamb whale. But I'm like, how can you turn around and call someone fat when you literally are 5 inches taller, 5 inches shorter than them, and weigh not that much? Is that the one with online access? No, he's a moderator. Pixel King made me moderator of one of his on his channel, so I gave him moderator as a sort of thank you. Ironic. Yeah, it's very ironic. I find it hilarious. I'm like, this girl's 5'4". I'm 5'9", guys. I'm 5'9". So of course I'm gonna look a lot skinnier than she does, which I just find hilarious. She called me a fat ass because I booted her from my friend's server. I'm like, you called me a fat ass when, despite the fact that you are fatter than I am because you weigh roughly the same. I have no idea. Like, I mean, 92 kg is 202 pounds, so she only weighed 18 pounds lighter than I did. I find it hilarious. It's stupid. There's some people, honestly, there's people out there that don't think about what they're saying. So I wouldn't know. 411 of you, 6,779 of you are subscribed. We're 21 subs. How much is kg in pounds? 2.5. So pounds, it's I wouldn't know. Hold on, let me just have a look a minute. One kg is 2.2 pounds. 1 kg is 2.2 pounds. 1 kg is 2.2 pounds. So 92. So 92 kg is 202 pounds. Yeah, so yeah, 92 kg is 102 pounds, because if you were to times 2.2 pounds Barracuda by 10 by 100, it would be 220. So 220 pounds is 100 kg. Why is there a sinkhole? I have no idea. How are you, LTO6? Good but bored. Isn't everyone good bored sometimes though? There's too much stuff to do. Well, there's always stuff to do, but you've got to find the stuff to do, if you get what I mean. Right, I'm going to repair this now because I've got the capabilities and I've got a couple of fences. So basically, while I was streaming yesterday, a creeper. Yeah, the reason they say that, basically Yeah, the reason they say it. That is true. That is the I've heard other people that's an old British thing, I think. £1 coin. The reason we say that, Barracuda, is because a £1 coin weighs a pound. So, if you weigh, say you said 60 kg. You said 60 kg. 60 kg is 130. 60 kg is 132 pounds. So 132 pound. 132 pound coins. 132 pound coins. So 132 pound coins would weigh the same as a 60 kg, which is why we have banknotes, which is why they invented banknotes, because with banknotes you could hold more coins. With banknotes you could hold more, you could have more. Hello Aishiva, welcome to the stream. Yeah, with banknotes, which banknotes are paper, so they're weightlessness. Banknotes have no weight, have literally no weight. Hardly any weight. So because of those banknotes, because of the as I said, the banknotes, I need to get, so I'm worth 100. Well, no, that's a healthy weight though. Well, I suppose it's a healthy weight depending on how tall you are. It's a healthy weight depending on how tall you are. So if you're, say you're, it's a healthy weight depending on just how tall you are. So for example, I'm going to have a guess that you're, I don't know, 5'7" or something like that. I'm going to have a guess that you're like 5'7", so 170 centimeters. I'm just going to guess. I might be completely out. Actually, Pixel King, it has disadvantages. Is this server or normal world? Normal world. It depends though, Pixel King. Like 154 on, or 154, 102. 154 is normal. 182, that's what, 5'11"? 182 is 5'11". That's, yeah, normal. It's normal. It's healthy. It's clever. Why was the witch so tall? I have no idea. Probably because of the hat. It might just be because I'm short, LTO6. It could be. Can I offer you textures? This is Legacy Console Edition. I can't get custom textures, I'm afraid. It was like 3.5 blocks tall. Yeah, it might be because I'm really short. Like, Minecraft Steve's actually taller than I am. Minecraft Steve is taller than me, guys. Should I be scared? So say yes or no. I'm playing Legacy Console Edition. There isn't custom. You can't add custom textures to Legacy Console Edition. Aishiva. No, he's 8.5. He's 1.85. Steve is 1.85 blocks. So he's a little bit. He's basically, if you look, he's a little bit under the 2 blocks. He's a little bit under the 2 blocks. So, for example, if we go to a Minecraft villager, so 1.85 is 185 centimeters, or 1.85 meters is 6'1". So, cast on the villager. Get down, please. I need you a minute. You're going to be a useful thing. So if you look here, then Minecraft villagers are taller than Steve. So a Minecraft villager is 1.95. So he's lit. A Minecraft villager is 1.95. Literally, they're just about shorter than the. We can't tell, but they're literally just about shorter than the block. Yeah, so Minecraft villages are 1.95, which is the equivalent of 6'5". Perspective is crazy. Yeah, so Minecraft villagers are like 6'5". So, you know, spiders are under a block tall. Yes, spiders are under a block tall, and the tallest one, iron golems, are 3.5 blocks. Iron golems are 3.5 blocks tall, so they're the equivalent of about 10 feet tall. So when we see an iron golem, like, Endermen are 3 meters. Endermen are 3 meters, so 3 foot. So basically, 1 meter is 3'3". 1 meter is 3 foot. A warden is the same. The warden's the same, I think. I don't know, actually. Let's have a look. Warden. No, a warden is 4 blocks, making it taller than. A warden is 4 blocks, making it twice as tall as the player. So 4 meters in height. So a warden would be 13 feet. So, wither. I don't know about the wither. No, Pixel King would be taller than that. A warden would not be 8 feet. A warden would be taller than that. So, 1.1 meter is 3'3". 1 meter is 3'3". 2 meters is 6'6". 3 meters is 9'9". And because the wither is 3.5 meters, it would be just 10 foot something. It would be just 11, 12 feet. But because of these zombies, yeah. If you're 8 foot, if it was over 8 foot, it would still be 2 meters something. Yeah, the warden would be 13 feet because it's the Elder Guardian. I have no idea. Elder Guardian's got to be under warden, right? An Elder Guardian is 1.99, so just under, so roughly just about 6'6". Basically 6'6.5". So an Elder Guardian, I haven't seen any leaked update actually, to be honest. Yeah, the warden would be. The warden would be 6'6". The Elder Guardian would be 6'6". Some of you guys might be above 6'6" in the future. Look, you don't know. The creep. I guarantee all of you are taller than the creeper. I guarantee all of you are going to be taller than the Minecraft creeper. So, I guarantee all of us are taller than the creeper. I guarantee everyone. I guarantee every single one of us is taller than a Minecraft creeper. Do you guys want to know how tall the creeper is? So, right, how many people here are above 5'7"? How many people here that are above 5'7"? There's a 2 seconds delay. There might be. There's always a bit of a delay on the stream, I think. Not that I set a delay. So, how many people here are taller than 5'7"? I'll put it in a set. There we go. I'll put it as a poll for now. How many people here are taller than 170 centimeters? So I'll put it as a poll. How many people are taller than 170 centimeters here? So we've got one person that says no. Then everyone put for this experiment, guys. Everyone put what they are in centimeters. In the comment in the Minecraft chat, in the live chat. For this experiment. So how many people are above 5'7" or 170 centimeters? What's the I don't know button? 182. So that's what, 5'11"? That's 5'11". That's 5'11" and a half, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't checked my height in 2 years. But I gotta be honest, LTO6. You thought I was 30. I thought you were in your 20s. I thought you'd already. I thought you were in. I thought you were in like you were like 25. I thought you were like 25, 26. Well, you thought I was 40 the other week, which I found quite funny. I have no idea, I just don't know. You don't have to know, it's just an experiment. We're going to see how many people... So, out of 3 people, out of the 4 people that have commented, 3 of you are taller than the Minecraft creeper. Because a Minecraft creeper is 1.7 blocks. So I can vote on that as well and say yes, because I am taller than 1.7 centimeters. I'm taller than 170 centimeters. I've been shrinking, literally. I don't know. You've been shrinking. You're not that old, are you? How are you shrinking? You're like what? I would have a guess. You're literally in your 20s. Well, that's my guess anyway. You might be older than that. I'm just having a guess. How do you shrink in your 20s? Maybe posture. It could be. But then posture's not really a thing to shrink off, because posture's not really something you shrink off, because improve your posture. If you improve your posture, that is just the thing. It's interesting. I was running to the gym, then I accidentally ran into a raising cane. I don't even know what that is. If you hit the gym, Pixel King, fair play. That's something that I'll never do, guys. Hit the gym, just because I don't... Oh, I forgot those don't exist in the UK. Yeah, I've never heard of a raising cane. You're going to go and work on the map for your video? Are you making a video game? How long have you been working on it, out of curiosity? Because I've got a guy in my Discord server, in my friend's Discord server. I've got a guy in my friend's Discord server. I've got a guy in my friend's Discord server. He's, there's a guy in my friend's Discord server. He is, absolutely adamant about he thinks it's easy to create video games. I wouldn't know. Because I've never heard of it. We might not have it in the UK. Yeah, they do not have any. Wow. I've just had to Google it. I've just Googled it. They have created a UK holdings company in early 2025 and are trying to I think they're trying to build one in the UK. But the UK, a lot of fast food restaurants that open up in the UK now don't really take off because, you know, the big three for us are Burger King, McDonald's and KFC. I only started 2 days in the basic textures yesterday and the basic name and the map locations name. Oh, cool. What, out of curiosity, can you sort of tell us a bit about, like, what the game... Subway is one, but not... They are big, but they're not, like, super big. They're more of a sandwich shop, really. Can you tell us anything about it, LTO6? Like, what the sort of genre is? Or is it totally under wraps? Bergamy? Well, I've never heard of Bergamy. I've heard of Burgermeister in Germany. Burgermeister in Germany was really nice. There was a shop called Burgermeister in Berlin, and it was honestly, it was one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life. I went to a place called Burgermeister in Berlin. That was nice. Guys, honestly, if you're ever in Berlin, go to Burgermeister. It's one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life. Never heard. I'm German. I wouldn't have. I didn't know that you were German, but yeah, I went to a place in Berlin. They've got a couple of restaurants in Berlin. They're called Burgermeister, and that's one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life. Such a nice place. I had no idea that you were German, which fair play. Germany's a beautiful country. Germany's an absolutely beautiful country, so you're so pretty you don't need a filter. There's no filter, Swiss. We're not using a filter, Switch Rex. I think you've put that in the wrong live stream. I think you put that in the wrong live stream. Yeah. It's a medieval map, but random meteor crash, leaving the Earth's core exposed to the core, start bringing in random elements. That's cool. Oh, so like earth metal and things like that. I read a story once. You showed yourself online. How about I showed myself online? Well, I gave myself a cameo in a short film I did once. I haven't showed myself online. I gave myself a cameo in a short film I did once for a college project. Actually, I did act in a short film once, which is on YouTube, and the only difference is from that video, guys. The only difference. Oh, cool. I read a book, LTO6, once. I read a story once. I come up with an idea a while back for a novel, and it was soldiers, aliens try to invade in the medieval times, and they come back in like 19 like the 1930s, and they realize the aliens sort of realize that the humans have evolved more in 700 years, say in 600 years, than they have done in the aliens have done in 50,000. I thought that would be cool. I thought that would be a really interesting story. Oh God. Yeah, I did a short film. I acted for a short film once, and it was so weird. I remember watching this clip back the other day, and I realised how short I was. So Joe, how you doing? I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. How are you, Swiss Rex? Yeah, I watched the short. Signings and infidel were huge. Yeah, I watched a short film back the other day that I acted in like six years ago, guys. And honestly, I could not believe how short I was. I looked so short. I looked absolutely tiny in this shot, and it was because I was only 5'6". I was literally only 5'6" in that shot. I watched this short film back, and I thought, you know, I look tiny. Turns out I was only 5'6" in that shot, shooting that scene. Shooting this short film, I was only 5'6" in that shot, and like, which is 168 centimeters. You ever played Rocket League? No. I've seen it, but I've never really I've never really wanted to play it. I prefer playing FIFA. Antagonist, cool. Have you come up with a name for it yet, the LTO6, for the antagonist? Have you come up with a name for the antagonist? Not yet. Why don't you call him Dave? Just call him Dave. And it's like, Dave's just attacked us. Dave has joined the game. Dave has attacked us. Can you tell us the name of the game? Or is that... you don't actually have to do that. I was joking. But can you tell us like, the name of the game? Or is that like completely under wraps? It's interesting, fair play, because not many people can do that. Not many people can make games. I would love to try and make a game, but I don't think I would be able to do it. But fair play. Oh. Do you know what? What would I do if I made a video game? If I made a video game, it would be from my book. It would be from my book, and it would all be about. It would basically be you're playing the story. I'm doing a book. He's doing a game. W chat. I am doing a book at the moment. Would you guys like me to read a little preview? I've been writing. I spent last night from about 9 o'clock last night after I left. From about 10 o'clock last night after I left Decepted's Discord VC. I started to write last night. So, would you guys like to see a little bit of what I've wrote? I can't reveal everything. I'm just going to reveal a little bit of a screenshot that I've taken, and it's not a lot, but it's just a little sneak preview of the book coming out next year.
I don't care saying what the name is. It will probably be different when it releases. Voyagers Royale, cool. Since medieval times. Oh yeah. My game, rocket-powered supercars. Well, I don't know where this idea came from. Yeah. I'm gonna read out my quote. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Not yet. Not on paper. Not. It doesn't exist. Not yet. Not on paper. Not everywhere. Not anywhere. Chapter 11. Unofficial secrets. So the whole concept now is the main character through this chapter does a lot of stuff off the records, because there are people that do things off the records. So my uni lecturer used to do it. My uni lecturer used to do stuff off the records, which was never on the. There was some stuff that was never on the records. Joe, what's up? Finally found your cello. Hello, Versify. Welcome to the stream. Right. Well, X Versify. Sorry, I couldn't get your name right then. I feel so bad when I get people's names wrong on streams. It's randomness. Hello. Welcome back. I do remember you being on my stream the other week, I think. Yeah. Oh, we've got... Guys, we're literally 18 subscribers off hitting 6,800 from a long time ago. Yeah, hello, welcome back. We have so many people now that come back after a long time ago and say hello. It's welcome. I love it. It's amazing. I just like the stream. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. 19 of you have liked this stream today. 463 of you have watched the stream. We're almost at 500 views on this stream. You just want to grab grass and consume it. Well, you be you. I don't think anyone else wants to eat grass. There's a serial killer that did that. I was 2 minutes behind the stream, just realised. That's alright. Oh shit, the bear. Don't you explode with me, you little green menace. There we go. So 80. How many people here? So I put up a little poll, everybody, called how many people here are above 5'7", 170 centimeters. So everyone just comment in the stream if they're above 5'7", or 170 centimeters, which is the equivalent, which is what 5'7" is in centimeters. It's an experiment. So it's an experiment we're doing. We're trying to see. I made a joke just now about everyone. I guarantee everyone here is taller than a Minecraft creeper. I guarantee that everyone here is taller than a Minecraft creeper. So a Minecraft creeper is 170 centimeters. So if you're 171 centimeters, you're taller than a Minecraft creeper. If you are 173, you're taller than Minecraft creeper. So 173 is 5'8". Anyone above that is taller than Minecraft creeper. I was first bored looking for someone to talk to you, and look what happened. I've been to like 20 streams. You've been to more than that. You've probably been to about 60. But you know, it's amazing. But that is a joke, though. One thing that I've always been able to do is get people to watch these streams. Translation, please. I don't know what I have to translate. How... Yeah, so out of 7 of you, 6 of you are taller than the Minecraft creeper. So... It's not... There we go. I'm here for social activity. Well, we just done a bit of social activity actually. Joe, you're a really chilled person, and I get what's Twister to say. You're amazing. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, it's probably because I love these streams. Just, it's not just for me. It's, for some people, it's about the views. For some people, it's about this. It's about that. For me, it's about giving back. For me, it's about just people enjoying their time. I enjoy the streaming. I enjoy the streaming in the talking with the live chat. You guys get a bit of enjoyment. We get a laugh, and we have some fun. And of course, the more subscribers we obtain, the more people that subscribe to the channel, you know, the more people we inspire. The more people we inspire. Like, the amount of times that we've talked people out of suicide on these streams is unbelievable. But I'm glad we've done it. You feel good after it. You feel good after it. It gives you a good outlook on everything. What's the weirdest drink I've ever had? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you, honestly, because I don't really drink fizzy drinks. I only drink tea and water. So I can't tell you what the weirdest drink I've ever drunk is, because I've... Should I work on my game, work on my Minecraft mod, or delve into a YouTube lore? I have no idea. I'm trying to bounce a few things at the moment, LTO6, to be honest. I'm trying to refilm my... I'm trying to film a podcast. I'm trying to film a podcast episode, which I haven't finished editing. I'm trying to write a book and trying to stream at the same time. Did your live die? No. The live's not dead. Oh, it might be a... Oh, yeah, the connection went on the stream, but it rebooted like it rebooted like 20 seconds later. We're about to cross 5,000 views on this, 500 views on this stream. I nearly said 5,000 then, Jesus. Oh God. You haven't really missed much. Barracuda. We were just taking the piss. We did a Minecraft experiment to see how many people here were taller than a Minecraft creeper. So we put a poll up asking everyone if they were above asking everyone whether they were below 170 centimeters or above. And out of we put a poll up to see if how many people are above 170 centimeters, and yeah, the overwhelming census from that poll was that most people are above 170. 85% of people were above 170. Yeah, 85% of people were above. 85% of everyone here was above the 170. So, 85% of people here are taller than a Minecraft creeper. You have a question? By all means, ask us the question. You need dirt. Yes, just so we can fill up. Just so we can fill that hole in these two holes. Hundreds of people said Joe is jolly. Yeah, but jolly means more and means different things than ever. How do you know how tall is a Minecraft creeper? Because it said 1.7 blocks on the game. So 1 meter, one Minecraft block is a meter. It said it on a Minecraft news. A Minecraft creeper is 1.7 blocks tall. So 1.7 blocks 2 is 1.7 meters. But that's what it is. That's what it represents. Normally I would have a stack on me. There we go. But that's... Normally I would have a stack of dirt on me, but it just happened to be that I used it all earlier on. There we go. So. Yeah, one block. Yeah, one Minecraft block is a meter. Yeah, it says here. It says here. In Minecraft, the default height of most solid blocks is 1 meter. A player's avatar is approximately 1.83 to 85, roughly 6 foot to 6'1". Yeah. No. The live. Yes, it's an advertisement. It's an advertisement. Atari not seen. Atari not seen. Yeah, it was probably an advertisement. It was probably an advertisement, Barracuda, because I just hit monetization a few weeks ago. Like a realistic. I have no idea, LTO6. I just know what it would be in Minecraft. Yeah. In order, unless you've accidentally clicked on my channel, and then clicked on a random stream by accident. Could be. I don't know. We're just gonna head this way, guys, because no, we're not gonna head this way. We're gonna head that way because I built a campsite, and I want to go there. Reconnect to the stream. Might be just a glitch because it might be because my stream's not gone down according to YouTube. Yeah. It should be. Is it? Are you on this stream? Unless it went to an advertisement. And then we've moved places. Because if it goes to an advertisement and then moves places, it doesn't it restarts where the stream is now, not when where you were in the stream. So, I need to take a detour this way now. Right. There we go. Jump into bed. Let's jump in. No, doesn't. What do you mean? There's a mob nearby. Skell. What have I told you? Bugger off, Skellington. There we go. Now let's go back into my tent. Let's go to sleep. Now we're gonna hop this way. Then we're gonna hop all the way to the. No. Oh, hold on a minute. Now you've heard Joe 2 times. Is it because Is it because you're watching the stream twice? Because sometimes if you're watching the stream twice, if you're watching the stream twice on two different tabs, it could be that you're watching it twice, because sometimes you hear me twice if you're watching it twice. I wouldn't know then. That's really weird. I honestly wouldn't know. We've been streaming on this world for 5 hours, guys. We're going to head over somewhere to this place. Right, we're gonna go this way. Now, can I get a hug, Joe? Yeah, through the screen. Ready? I can't move my arms about. I don't have the thing. I need to go and get dinner, guys, so I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to turn my mic back on. Yeah, iPhone. Apple is a great company for prestige, but Apple are very overpriced. Apple overprice everything on it. Samsung is a better phone. Samsung is similar. Is well, practically the same as iPhone, really. But iPhone up the price. Apple up the price ridiculously, and they don't actually. So, iPhone bring out a new iPhone every year. Oh yeah. Yeah, what I mean is iPhone. Apple are good, but the the one thing I hate about the iPhone is that the Apple. I don't like Apple because of their customer service. If their iPhone breaks, they overcharge. So it's 2,500 Romanian money is 430 British pounds. Jesus. I'm still eating. I'm only He's from Romania. No, what I mean, Apple are good. The thing is, though, Apple are a good make. The thing is, it's not that Apple are terrible. Apple are a good make of phone, but they overprice on features, and every year they bring out a new phone which there's no actual improvements in the phone. That's the one thing I hate about Apple. Apple don't actually improve the phone each year. They just say they've improved it, and there's no actual improvements in between. There's nothing different between iPhone 14 and 15. It's just more money and a different price. How's that? Yeah, I think I've gone wrong, guys. I know what I've done. I have come out I've come out over here far too long, so I need to go this way. I made a little campsite up over here this morning. The pawn shop, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Is that like second hand then? Because there's no way it would cost that much money. Pawn shop is another word for like a second hand shop. It's another word for second hand shop. It's where you can buy stuff second hand. Yeah, second hand. That's not that bad. But yeah, the thing with Apple though, Apple are very overcharged. So a friend of mine, had her Mac, obviously because Apple do computers as well. Her Apple Mac computer broke. Her Apple Mac computer broke, and I said to a friend of mine, his girlfriend, her computer broke. Is there any place in the world you haven't been? Me? You took in this Minecraft world? No, I've practically explored everywhere. I've practically explored absolutely everywhere you possibly can on this world. So, what do you think, guys? Should I like my little campsite? I made it this morning. What do you guys think? I made my little campsite this morning. What do you think? I made my little campsite. Basically, I thought you would. Is this world old school? But it is old school, yeah. There we go. So, my internet's gone. Jesus. Shit, the bed. My armor saved me from falling off that. Well. Yeah, I don't like EE. I don't like ET. I prefer BT myself. This is my little campsite. I'm gonna sleep in it. It's an internet provider. And Barracuda. I'm just gonna mute myself, guys, so I can eat dinner. Yeah, I don't mind BT because BT offer you stuff as well. So if you have BT internet, I think you can get BT telly as well. I do like that. I did like their sports coverage. Games, yeah, no, BT's an internet provider. Swiss Rex and EE. Well, you've got to pay for unlimited. I have unlimited. Unlimited's everywhere. I have unlimited on my phone for £20 a month. I get unlimited everything. So it's a good deal. My granddad had an old phone, and they asked him how much it was a month, and he said 12. They asked him how much his phone cost or something like that, how much his phone broadband was, something like that, and my granddad said £12. He went, what, a month? No, a year, because he had such an old phone. Well, there's people in. It's interesting though. There is, like Joe. Well, you predicted me to be 16 earlier on, which that's kind. I appreciate that. I'll take sounding 7 years younger. But to put it out there, guys, I bought my first ever video game when I was in 2007. So I bought my first ever video game 18 years ago. So I can't be 16. What do you mean sound? What do you mean sound childish, Swiss Rex? We can't even hear what you sound like. We can't even hear it. That young. Yeah, I bought my first video game when I was 5. I bought Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga in 2007. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga was the first video game I ever bought myself, and I bought it in 2007. I remember played that too. Yeah, I got it in my I got it under my desk somewhere. Still got it. I want to stream it sometime, but I just haven't had the chance. In fact, it's just behind me. Actually, it's just behind me on the shelf. Hamburger soup. My first game I bought was GTA 5. Cool. Lego Star... In fact, Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga is there with Lego Batman, Lego Batman the video game, Lego Batman 2, Lego Batman 3. Oh, they've just announced Lego Batman 4. Yeah, they've just announced Lego Batman 4. I've been waiting for this game for over a decade. I'm so excited for it. If you would have got into it, you would have been spoiled on Xbox on episode 3. Yeah, I haven't got that one. That's the oldest one. They did that one, and then they did that one, tested it, people liked it, so they went and put... I have 27 Lego games. I think I've got a few as well. Should I go count them? I'll turn the mic off because I'm eating sausage casserole at the same time. Um, 14, guys. 14 Lego games. Hold on. 14 Lego games. 14 Lego games on the in Wii U. Your dad lost 49 kg. Fair play. Hold on a minute. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I've got 19 of the Lego games. Hold on. No, I miscounted. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. No, 20. I got 20. I don't know. I haven't played it. I'll be honest. I'll be totally honest. LTO6. I haven't played it. I only bought it recently because it was on sale. 150. That is quite heavy. 156 is quite heavy, but then it depends as well. It depends on how tall you are. So I've got a friend that's just lost 30 kg. I think he was 150 something. I wasn't aware of that. He's not tall. Yeah, 49 kg though, fair play, because that's a lot. Talking pounds, yeah, but 39 kg is still 39 kg. Sorry, he said 49 kg, didn't he? 49 kg. That's over. That's £100. 49 kg is £108. Yeah, but that's still over £100 because 49 kg is seven is 7.5 stone. I'm 93. That's not my age, you know. I've got to be honest. The second most hated game is Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens. I've got that. I've got that as well. I've got that on the desk. Yeah, Lego Dimensions was a good game. I liked Lego Dimensions, but I don't think I think there should have been more to the base game. I have both. Hold on a minute. Lego City The Chase Begins is literally on my... Here it is. Actually, does this count, guys? Does this count? Technically I got 22 then. Technically I got 22. Because I've got Lego Batman the video game on DS and Wii. Do you have a PC? I don't have a laptop because I studied film production, so it's better for me to have a laptop than... It's better for me to have a laptop... Lego Universe. I don't think so. I do love Lego, I've got to admit. I've got Rivendell to build, guys. Has any of you seen the Rivendell set? I've got that to build. I have not. Yeah, I haven't played it. I've got the Rivendell set to build. It's under my desk. It's under my bed. Yeah, Lego. Yeah, Legos. Yes, it's true. I didn't know that. I didn't know that until I bought the City Undercover. Until I bought the Wii U version, I didn't know. I thought it was the same game. So yeah, I have got both. I've got... My DS is near broken though, so because that was my sister's fault, not mine. I'm just going to mute myself, guys, because I'm just going to take my plate downstairs. I'll be back in a minute. Right, we're back. Sorry, there we go. I'll go offline. I wish you guys a wonderful stream. Big love to you all. Thank you, gameplays. Have a good rest of your day. I do have... Get a DSLR like the 2009 video, Mario Luigi Christmas Special. See you. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, Swiss Rex and gameplays. And have a good rest of your day, Barracuda. It's night time. Might as well sleep in the tent. I have no idea. We've been streaming for, well, we've almost been streaming for 6 hours. I started streaming at 12:45. I started streaming at 12:45 after I decided that I was bothered enough to get out of bed. I literally woke up and laid in bed for an hour. I didn't lie in bed on my phone though, because my phone was flat. My phone's been flat for 2 days because I haven't been bothered to charge it. But saying that, LTO6, I think I had a DS which is older than that. I had a DS Lite. Do I use chatbot? No, I don't. I'm looking at this, Pixel King. I'm looking at YouTube Live Studio. Basically, Live Studio tells me details. It tells me how the this is YouTube's own feature. It tells me if my streams help me, viewer activities. So right now, viewer activity. It tells me that somebody has. It tells me that. It tells me that Gameplays did a stream donation earlier on of €5, which is €5 is the equivalent of £4.30 something, I think. Thank you for the donation, everybody. You guys don't have to donate. I've already said that numerous times. But no, I'm looking at YouTube Live Studio. So right now it tells me that 7 of you are watching right now. It tells me that the chat rates in the live chat is 1. 509 of you have watched this stream, and who donated? Oh, Gameplays donated about an hour ago. He donated €5. He donated €5 in the chat. So it also tells me what the average view duration is. So right now, if I was to go and do this, guys, I can tell how many hours you guys have put on this stream by times in that. 509 by 313. That tells me that 1,593 minutes. So it's 1,593.17 minutes to hours. That tells me that the watch time on this stream is 26 hours. So I can find out how many hours you guys put on just by calculating it. You rich now? I'm not rich. Literally, that's enough to buy a. I'm not for a £4 stream donation is literally it's enough to Literally, it's enough to buy one of my favourite chocolate bars. That's all it is. Thank you to the people who subscribe, by the way. We are 18 subscribers off hitting 6,007. Hello, Mooncube. Welcome to the stream. It's enough to buy me. Yeah, it is enough to buy. It's not enough to buy a McDonald's burger. It's not enough to buy a McDonald's burger. It's enough to buy. Actually, it's enough to buy a. I think it's enough to buy a triple cheeseburger. It's enough to buy a triple cheeseburger without the fries, I think. We have burgers left than $1. Not in the UK, you don't. Most burgers cost between £2 and £5. Do they not? Oh, I used to love a triple cheeseburger. Oh, getting hungry for one now, even though I've had tea. Even though I've had dinner, I'm feeling hungry again. Now I want a triple cheeseburger, guys. And it's all your guys' fault, guys. You've all made me want to have a triple cheeseburger. I'm already fucking fat as it is. I'm joking. I'm not actually fat. I've lost 7 kg recently, which is the equivalent of a stone. It's £15. $4, yeah. Yeah, I've never had Oasis. I've never had Oasis. My go-to is always a Big Mac fries. My go-to is this word. My go-to in McDonald's was always a Big Mac, a double Big Mac, large fries, large caramelized wrap. I think he's mentioned in Discord. We do have a Discord server for this channel. The link's in the pinned comment. Are you chunky like me then? What are you talking about, Pixel King? I am overweight, if that's what you mean. If that's what you mean, I am overweight. Ugly bugly. No one's actually ugly. Like, you fried spam? I've never even ate spam, to be honest. I will be honest, guys. I don't think I've never ate spam. What spam? Spam can type in. Spam can be when you over. You're just being goofy. Yeah, I can tell. I am chunky, as in I am overweight, but yeah. But then I have lost weight recently, guys. I have lost like a stone recently. I was just under 16 stone. Now I'm just under 15, which is nice. I'm under 15 by 5 pounds, which is... What is spam? It's a meat. It's a type of food. I can't really explain what it is. It's a canned meat from ground pork, ham, salt, water, sugar, and potato starch. It was introduced by Hormel Foods in 1937. Not sure what company. Not sure. It took off really. It took off during the war, massively. Like I wouldn't eat three Big Macs. That's not what I would eat. But I'm gonna watch Hello. Oh, Elio. I thought you said Hello Hello then. Hello Hello is an old French comedy about being in the French Resistance. It's basically like Dad's Army a bit. I wouldn't eat three Big Macs. That's quite Hello Hello. Yeah. Just say meat in a can. Yeah, that's what it is. It's basically a load of meat in a can, but different types of meat, I think. Pizza King, that's not the average Casio order. That's the average fat man order. The average Casio order is everything on the McDonald's meal twice. Everything on the menu. I have some. We have a bunker. Cool. Why do you have a bunker? What's the purpose of the bunker? Yeah, it's the end of the world, lads. Come into my spam bunker. the menu 3 times. Well, yeah, there was a guy in my stream. He thought that Casio weighed 100 kg, and at the time I weighed 100 kg. At the time I weighed 100 kg. So I'm like, well, that guy's like 6'3". There's no way he's 100 kg, because at the time I weighed 100 kg, and I'm like, I look like a peak fucking athlete compared to him. I'm joking, guys. I'm not an athlete. Yeah, but I look like I look like an athlete. 200 kg. If you're 200 kg, that's like 450 pounds. You know, could be. I'd say 150. I'd say 150, not 200. I wouldn't say 200 because 200's a lot. I know a guy that's 190. I don't know. I know a guy that's 190, but he's shorter than me, so he's roughly like a similar height to me. So, but he's like Casio, whatever it is, whatever his name is. He's like he's got to be 150 because he looks at least 6'3". Fucking hell! How much did he weigh to fucking break the scale? Sorry for the brightness. It's fine. How did Please tell me he was like 18. Please tell me he wasn't like 15, 16. Oh my god. Is that pounds or kg? Please don't tell me that's kg. That's kg. Fucking hell. But after what you just said, Barracuda, I do hope he's really tall. I do hope he's like I do hope he's like 190 centimeters plus. I do hope he's like 190 centimeters. He is not. Fucking hell. That's bad, isn't it? At least, what I hope it's not, Barracuda, I hope he's at least over 170 then. Because anything under 160, anything under 170, you would drop down dead. I think you'd drop down dead. 155. 155. That's 5'1". Her name is Casey. I honestly, Pixel King, I really hope she's really tall, because fucking hell, that's bad. I just don't get how you can weigh that much. I don't get it. If you're 600 pounds, like, you said, Pixel King, about you don't like that's tall, but then that's still a lot for that height. That literally, that's an inch shorter than myself. That's an inch shorter than myself, and that's literally 3 times my weight. Like, that's bad. Like, but then yet again, on that regard, she would be a lot taller than the average. She is fairly tall for the average girl, though, from when you said that. In a 12-litre bottle of Coke, I wouldn't even know, Pixel King. I wouldn't. But that's the problem. Literally, there's a guy that I know. There's a guy that I know, everyone. He has to buy 2 shirts, tear them, and stick them together. Fucking hell. 234 kg. What even is that? That's £500. Single candle cut is enough. Fucking hell, that's 5,000 calories. That's 10,000 calories. That's 10,000 calories. How could you even survive on that? Honestly, Decepted, I think Pixel King's story is ridiculous. Fat Tony, fucking hell. Honestly, Decepted, Pixel King's story makes Cameron look like an athlete. How can you live being £600? That's just. He says he likes being called Fat Tony. Fucking hell. When you said 34 kg, I didn't even know what that is. I didn't even know what that was. I had to Google it. That's £515. That's when you're less of a human and more of a blob. You might as well call him Mr. Blobby. Yeah, but if that is true, what you said about being 5'1" and 234 kg. No, she wouldn't have a cardiac arrest. She just dropped down dead. There was a clip. There was a thing a few years ago. There was a girl. She dropped down dead a few years ago from her weight, and she was 322 pounds, so she was 23 stone or something. She was 23 stone or something like that, so 322 pounds. And I remember reading that article thinking, well, she's going to be fucking tiny then, because not many people would be dead. Not many people would be able to. Not many people would die at that. 4'8". The girl was 4'8". He has a disease. Oh, is it like a hypothyroid issue then, Barracuda? A hypothyroid issue where it's. A hyperthyroid issues where it's easy to gain weight but hard to lose it. His bones grow ×2. Yeah, the hyperthyroid. Yeah, hyperthyroid doesn't grow your bones. Hyperthyroid doesn't grow your bones. It's basically it's your metabolism. Your metabolism's slow. Your metabolism. He has 2 sets of bones. I've never heard of a disease like that. Yeah, never heard of it. Yeah, I don't know that. Wow, you wouldn't believe. I wouldn't believe that 100% though, because some people that are really of. Oh, did he actually say to you he's got big but he's big boned? Is that what he said? Big boned? Did the person say that he has like big bones then? I'm going to translate what that says. Okay. No, I just don't get that. How can you weigh that? How can you weigh that? No, honestly, I make jokes about me being overweight, but that makes me look like an athlete. I have 2 rows of bones. Oh, yeah, what I mean... Yeah, what I mean, Barracuda, is some people claim that they're... Some people that are overweight claim they have big bones. They're just big boned, and it's not actually true because bones don't jiggle. Chronic illness. Wow, chronic illness can cause you... Chronic illness can cause you to lose weight, but if you've got 2 sets of bones, that's not... If you've got 2 sets of bones, that's not a... If you've got 2 sets of bones, that's not a... That's not a disease, that's a mutation. Literally, that makes me look like an athlete. If you're 600 pounds, that makes me look like an athlete. Well, Pixel King, when you said about people calling you fat the other week, just remember that you're only like 200 pounds. You're not, just remember you're only 200 pounds. You're not 600. Because I remember you being a bit... Yeah, I remember you saying the other week about being a little bit insecure about your weight in the stream. Literally, all you gotta do is just think to yourself that girl is a similar height to you and weighs the equivalent of three of you combined. And then it may... Honestly, anybody that's looking at that, anybody that from an outside perspective goes, they're healthy. Yeah, literally. If you're 200 pounds, there's someone that's 600, they weigh you 3 times. They weigh the equivalent of you. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? And they're what? 14? 13? They're what? 13, 14, 15? How can you weigh that much at that age? That's ridiculous, isn't it? I personally, I just never understood it. How can you... You have people with genuine... No, that's not true though, Pixel King. That's not true. That's actually very much inaccurate. You don't need to go to the gym because your legs are strong for holding you. You don't know what the pressure those joints are doing. Yeah. There's people that generally believe that they don't have to go to the gym because their bones are strong enough from holding the weight. But you don't know how much pressure it's having. Like, Henry VIII... his parents live near Chernobyl. Fucking hell, so what? The radiation... Just kidding, yeah. He told his father and mum live near Chernobyl. Oh, so is he a refugee then? Is he a refugee from... Because obviously the Ukraine war. Yeah. Is that why he's mutated then? But if he's 13, he would have been born in, what, 2012? If he's 13, he would have been born in 2012. Chernobyl would have been 26 years beforehand. No, he got born there. Oh. Yeah. Well, if his parents were initially from Chernobyl, then from near Chernobyl, yeah, he might have a mutation. He might have a mutation because, you know, radiation did absolutely shoot down there because the scientists accidentally blew up the reactor. No, but what I mean is that... Nah, but... Before your skeleton which collapse. But there are people... If you see people big enough, they can't walk. So I know a guy that he must weigh about 700 pounds. I knew a guy... I don't know the guy. There's a guy roughly a similar age to me. I haven't seen him for months, but I used to find him... There was a guy. There was a guy who I saw. I don't really know him, but you know, I see the guy about. I know his name. This guy, he was always on a mobility scooter. I haven't seen him for months. I haven't seen him for months, but he might be dead for all I know. He's the same age as me. I think he's probably about 5'10". He's probably like 5'10", something. This guy must weigh 700 pounds because he couldn't walk anymore. And this guy used to come past me. This guy used to cycle past my house. And he's that big now. He was in a walker. He was on a mobility scooter because he couldn't walk. So yeah, it's not the 1,800 pounds. Eventually you just can't walk because your legs can't take it anymore. Yeah, all those people that say your legs are strong enough because they hold that weight, but they're not. I think barracuda is a fish, actually. I think it is. I didn't know the song, but I know it's a fish. But yeah, in fact, but no one has ever been 1,800 no one has ever been 1,800 pounds, Pixel King. The heaviest guy ever was 1,300. The heaviest man ever was 1,300 pounds. Yeah, the heaviest guy ever, guys. The heaviest guy ever was American, of course. He was 6'1" and 1,300 pounds. Like, the heaviest man ever, John Brower Minock, 1941 to 83. He died when he was 42. At his peak in 1978, due to water accumulation from congestive heart failure and severe obesity, he was 1,400 pounds. While the weight was an estimation because a scale could not be used, he was so heavy that they couldn't use a scale on him. He's recognised as the heaviest person in medical history. So, at his death, he was 635 kg. He was 100 stone. The guy lost 900 pounds and then his weight started going up again. Because of how heavy he was, to transport him to the hospital, it took over a dozen firemen, rescue personnel, and a specifically modified stretcher to save him. Jesus. Hello, Unbendable Shorts. Can you put a song? I can't put a song on here because it would get it would copyright the stream. Hello, Unbendable Shorts. Well, do you know what, guys? There was a guy a few years ago in Saudi Arabia. He was that heavy. He weighed 86 stone or something like that. They had to get him out of the house with a forklift. Have you guys ever? Honestly, you need to find it. It's hilarious. It is funny, but a Saudi Arabian man who weighs 96 stone has had to be airlifted. This is 12 years ago. Let me find it. Khalid bin Mohsen Sharari is a Saudi Arabian man who in 2013 was found to be the heaviest living person, the second heaviest person in recorded history at 1,340 pounds. Behind John Brower Minnow. As a weight loss, he lost 700 pounds, more than half his body weight in 3 months. It's ridiculous. By November 17, he'd lost 500 pounds, and he'd now weighed 68 kg, 150 pounds, 10 stone. But he was 5'4", and he weighed 1,300 pounds. And can you say is your name actually Barracuda? So some people were no. Oh, I can see it now. So most people would say it's noon, because noon and then the E, sometimes it means that. So I'm going to say it's noon. Razvan. But Razvan. Is it Razvan or Razvan? That's the thing. Some names I feel bad, but I can't get people's names right. Razvan. Razaven? Unless it's not Van, it's Razan. I don't know. I feel bad when I can't get people's names right, but there's some names I physically just can't pronounce. Oh, Noah's van. What's that, Pixel King? You do think so far you're going to get blocked. I'm not going to block you. Say what it is. Right, we're just killing mobs at the moment. You do think so vile. Yeah, but it depends what you would call vile. Noah's van. I test to see if my fat could cushion my fall off a 50-story building. How? Say A with your tongue more deep in you. Ah. Ah? I can't put my tongue anymore. I can't put my tongue any more deep in me. If it went any more deep in me, it'd be in my own throat. I'm joking. How do you test? Sorry, how do you test if you can cushion your fall off a 50-story building? Can you put two blocks down for me? There we go. Just kill this guy. A minute. Yeah, that's slightly concerning. That's slightly concerning, Pixel King. That's slightly concerning because you're what, 13? You got a lot of more of life ahead of you. Like, everyone has honestly, everyone has bad moments, but that's quite a concerning comment. Everyone has bad days, good days, bad days. There's some days when everyone wants to give up. But if you basically, if there's people that want to kill themselves when they're like 13, 14, and then because they're stressed out with school and things like that, when they look back, but then literally after you finish school years later after you finish, honestly, after you finish school years later, you love life. Yeah, I'm just using this. I'm going to use this as an example about suicide. All these people, young people that claim they want to go to suicide, they always forget the thing of life does get better. What you feel like as a 13-year-old is not what you'll feel like in a year's time. Like, Decepted said this to me, because Decepted felt that way a few years ago. Decepted said Razvan. That's how you say. Raz. Yeah, but then there's some people that think it can't get any better. But the thing with life is not life is not smooth sailing. Life is like a river. Life is like a river. It has chops and changes. The tide does change, but and how you navigate that tide is how you build your character. It proves what type of man you are. But just because I'm always getting bullied, so was I. But literally, you're what? What age do you finish in school? What age do you finish school in Romania? When life is bad, I watch Calamitive. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. And I'm glad I'm able to help you. HD. No, what age do you finish school in Romania? So because you don't go to school for your the hell. You don't go to school your whole life. You know, you after when you reach a certain age. Yeah, that is true, and that's something that I want to do a short film about. Yeah, no. Yeah, what year do you finish school then? Yeah, teachers don't help. But it depends what the bullying is. If it's a little bit of name calling that they want you... If it's a bit of name calling, you need to, you know... With, like... Or getting called by fuckers who are 1 or 2 years older than you. In 15th year. So... I wouldn't... Your second year... Yeah, so if you're bullied, the thing is with your... Add like 3 more from where you can do it. So you finish school at 18 then, I think. Okay, right, here we go. So, it says here, kids in Romania do the required high school to around 16, 17 until they turn 18. So 18. Because you're being bullied now at 15, doesn't mean that you're going to be bullied when you're 18. Yeah, so what I mean... Yeah, so when you leave school... if you're being bullied now, if your life is bad because you're being bullied when you're a kid, when you leave school, you're not... The people that are bullying you, they're going different ways as well, so you're not going to be bullied by them anymore. Literally, yes, Dark Shadow, yeah. Teachers don't help. Teachers don't help because teachers can't always see what's going on. But also as well, it's not just you as well. The whole thing is they've got so many people. But also as well, it depends what the bullying is. If it's they've called you a name or they've called you an idiot, name calling isn't something you report. It's sort of something of, oh, you get on with it. If people are bullying you by actually assaulting you, that's when they get involved. That's when they need to get involved. But if it's like name calling, them mocking you or calling you like an idiot and things like that, that's things that they don't want to get involved in because they think name calling is something that is not... I've got to be honest. Yeah, I'm just using teachers bully you. Yeah, I had that as well. A teacher told me I wouldn't amount to anything, and they're wrong. Yeah, yeah. My maths teacher told me I wouldn't amount to anything. What a cow. Yeah, but you've got to think as well. Everyone will amount to it. Yeah. So what I'm saying with like on the whole thing of suicide, Decepted said this to me in a moment when we were talking to I was talking to him a couple of months ago. He said to another person in my Discord server, what you feel like if life feels shit at 30, if life might feel shit for you now at 30 when you're 13, because this kid was 13, I think he's like 14 now, and Decepted said to him, life might feel shit when you're 13, but if you want to end your life now, in a few years time when life's better, you'll look back at that and go, why did I ever say that? Why did I ever think this? And that is 100% true with all kids that people that have ever committed suicide. They can't see a way out, but they don't understand that life is like a river. It's not about things change. You know, when you leave school, but bullying really ends when you leave bullying to those people in school leaves. Yeah, but sometimes though, I don't know, Barracuda, because tech class is not something that I did in school because we didn't do that then. But it could be that you're not doing it the way they want. For example, you can make £200 a month. You can make £200 a month doing it, but if you're not doing the work they've set, they failed. Well, no, it will actually. It will. It will help you find a job. If you can't, it's in the UK. In the UK, you can't hand someone a job without I do better than my teacher. Maybe that's why then. Maybe that's why. Yeah, maths will help you find a job, Dark Shadow, because maths is in every single job. Maths is in every single job. I hate math. I hated maths. I still have to do maths every day. I still have to count. I still have to. Maths will help you find a job because you've got to go into that job with that maths and know that you're not getting underpaid. You know that you're not getting underpaid for your work. And if you are getting underpaid, so a friend of mine got underpaid, and he didn't pay. He only realised that he was getting underpaid until I told him. Until I asked him what his wages were, and he told me £5 an hour. I said, "You're 18 years old. That's illegal." And yeah, the woman that ran this certain shop, I stopped going in there because I stopped going in there because I didn't feel this woman that. Bro, I don't care for how many Do you know why they do that? Dark Shadow? How many apples does Johnny have? How many biscuits does Casey have? Because kids are starting not to pay attention to 8 plus 6 equals 14. Yeah, they do that because kids are starting to not pay attention in class. So making it about apples is a way of getting them engaged. So my maths teacher did that once, and we had to do coordinates with a fire hydrant. He brought in an actual fire hydrant, and we had to work out how to get a fire hydrant down 4 streets. So it was all about coordinates, trying to coordinate where you could put the fire hydrant. It was actually really fun. It was actually a fun class. We were all trying to work out how to put. We always had to put it, and we made a joke. We said, we made a joke about it and just said get a large hose, which you can just get a large hose, which was what we were laughing about. If you don't know what a hose is, it's basically what you would stick onto a fire hydrant for to pump water out of. And we just said why don't you just get a large hose instead? Yeah, but percentages are very useful though. Percentages are useful. I worked it out like this. No, I get it. How much Tracy's clone cost with a 15% discount? But the percentages are very useful. I do get it. I mean, 340, 150, that's 90. That's 400, that is 492. No, 94. That's 394. I can't do these story questions. Is it because you're not reading it properly? Could be. Sometimes it's because people can't read they don't read them enough. Yeah, it might be because you need to read it twice. Some people read it. Some people can read it. With these types of questions, some people can read it and get it instantly, but some people have to reread it a few times to finally get it in, to let it sink in. But honestly, percentage questions, like, here we go. I'm going to give you all a maths question, guys. And I'm going to put it in that question. Yeah, but those questions are to see how your brain works. There you go, guys. Here's a maths question for you. Agent 1 and Oliver Raventree are running for Supreme Leader. The Senate has 1,000 seats. Agent 1's political party wins 950 seats. What percentage does Oliver Raventree's party win of the election? Hello, cheat user. Welcome to the stream. Which is this title update? Oh, I can't remember. It's 1.12. I can't remember what the title update would have been, but this is 1.12. So this is the update before it went to Bedrock. This is the update before it went to Bedrock. This is World of Color. If you get it, Dark Shadow's not even here anymore. If you get it, it's a. Can I have your map? What? This world? There's not a way for me to give out this map. I'm gonna do it in the future, though. I've got an idea to do it in the future, but not right now. And to answer the question I put in there after Dark Shadow said about it, yeah, but I can't just give out. I can't. There's no way for me to give out the copy of this world because this is not Bedrock Edition. This is Legacy. We're gonna end the stream in a minute, guys, because I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours. So to answer the question, it's 5%. If Agent 1 picks up 95, Raven Tree picks up 5%. Because can you add me on Discord? I don't add people on Discord. I have a Discord server where we have other people that are we have loads of people. Oh, go on some. I know what it is. You can't click links on. So which is this? I could launch emulator to play with you. What version do you think this is, cheat user? Because there isn't a way to play. There isn't a way to play Nintendo Switch version. This is Nintendo Switch version. I can't click on the. Yeah, you can't click on the link. If you go to my channel, you know when you're on someone's channel, Barracuda, and it says community post. You know when it says community post on someone's YouTube channel, when it says home videos, short, live, podcast, playlist, posts. In bio, no, if you look under bio it says home, video, shorts, live, podcast, playlist, posts. If you click posts, it's in there. You can't click links on streams, but you can link the posts there. It is literally shit, it's quite far down now actually. Let me just repost. Let me repost. Hold on. Let me just repost it. I reposted it. You can click the link there. There we go. But I don't think it works with Nintendo Switch Edition. Not that I'm aware of. Because I think there's other people that have got it. Yeah, that's the Discord link. It's basically... There we go. Welcome Barracuda to the Legacy Discord server. There we go. I'm going to end this stream in a minute, guys, because I've been streaming for a long time. We are 18 subscribers off hitting 6,800. We're 218 off hitting 7,000, which we should be able to hit that by the end of this month. By the end of next month. We roughly get 100 a month. There's a witch on the top of that place. We even knocked that witch down. Perfect. If you had it seen, I could play it. Alright. Have a good rest of your day, cheat user. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. We would have killed him, but that spider kept hitting me. We would have killed that creeper, but the spider hit me from behind, and knocked me back as I was going in for the final blow. Take that. There we go. So, haven't got enough dirt left to even attempt fixing that. Right. I have picked up another 40 spider eyes. I'm sorry, 41. A lot. We've picked up a lot of spider eyes today. We should be careful here, because whenever I walk in here, there's occasionally a mob in here, which this time there wasn't. So that's good. Anyway, I'm gonna go this way, downstairs here. I'm gonna hop into this kitchen. I want to put these spider eyes. I want to put these spider eyes here. So 41. Rotten flesh, we've got 27. Gunpowder, we got 38. So because we've been doing this mob spawning a lot, we're building up large quantities of these materials, which is, you know, it's useful. Having these materials is useful. So we've already got a chest full of string. So the string chest is here. No, this is the arrow chest. So string, and then bones. We've already got, like, I think we've already got a double chest full of bones. We've already got another chest full of bones somewhere. But these items are, you know, they are useful. They are useful to us. There we go. Fantastic. I'm probably going to end this stream now, because a lot of you are... Does it still say AFK for dinner? I know that's what it said earlier on, wasn't it? But there's 9 of you watching, so I might as well continue for a bit. I think we're going to end the stream when we hit 600 views, because we're almost at 600 views on this stream, which is just absolutely amazing. So thank you. Now what we're going to do is head this way. I'm going to go this way. Go off on a little adventure. We're probably just going to... Killing these buggers is what I think we've got to do. There's a lot of skeletons here, so kill him. Kill this guy here. That's good. We've got 2 bones from that. Hi. Perfect. Get rid of that. So we've got 5 bones. Our XP levels are at 35. Creepers come in, and Creeper's dead. And so will Skelly the skeleton. Any other creatures around here? There's a creeps over here. So come on, creeps, come on. Boom, 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 boom. You're dead. Boom, 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 boom. Dead. We've got 9 bones from that already. Just gonna have to kill him because we get items from it. We've had a lot of zombie villagers the other day, but I can't really protect them. I can't save them. So I haven't got the materials to do that. That should have knocked that skeleton off. Perfect. Doing splendidly here, guys. Guys, in a few minutes, in 14 minutes, it will be... In 40... I was about to say in 14 minutes it'll be we will have been we will have streamed for in 40 minutes we would have streamed for 7 hours, which is incredible. You guys have been an amazing audience today, so I want to thank all of you for that. I want to thank each and every one of you for that, and I absolutely love everyone on this stream that watches these streams. Literally, we're closing down on 7,000 now, which I didn't think possible 8 months ago. Literally 9 months ago, we at the end of this really crazy revival of this crazy sort of revival of my channel started roughly in December of last year. In December of last year, I uploaded a YouTube video. In December of last year, I uploaded a YouTube video. It was just second nature. I uploaded a YouTube video, which it got 1,000 views in 2 days. And that was when we thought, oh, okay, there's something a bit weird here. I've uploaded a video and it's got, 1,000 views in 10 days, in 2 days. But that video started all of that because I did one about the Forever World, and people enjoyed that. I then decided to do I decided to do a video called why I'm playing Minecraft Legacy Console Edition in 2025. Am I the only? That's why I did the video. Am I the only Legacy Console Edition YouTube channel? And it ended up, because of me putting am I the only Minecraft Legacy YouTuber left. So many more people now have started Legacy Console. So many more people have started Legacy Console Edition YouTube content now because of me making that video, which I find that amazing. That the amount of people that are making Legacy Console Edition now because of that video, I'm finding it. I find that incredible. And it was just because I was bored. I was streaming. Oh, actually, I was streaming on this world. I don't know what it was. That's why I think you're one of the best Legacy YouTubers ever. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I don't know what I did. All I did was upload the same video that I've been uploading for the last 8 years. I was just uploading videos on this exact Minecraft world. And it just caught on. People were I honestly didn't know what it was. People just caught on, and Legacy Console Edition. I wish it would come back, but I don't think it will. But we can keep it going. Everyone can keep it going. Film it on Legacy. I've got an idea for something. If I do move this world to Bedrock, I will just make a new Legacy Console Edition world. And that one will be something completely different, like, I don't know, Absolute Unreal Legacy with Calamity of Joe. Why am I playing Legacy with Calamity of Joe? Great film. Great title name. Anyway, guys, I will end this stream. We're going to end a little bit before the 7 hour because I need to go and do some stuff. So thank you for watching this stream, guys, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.